Chapter 17. After retrieving all his belongings from the woodshed, Nianbing walked out from the back door. A breeze was blowing on the street. Breathing in the fresh and cold air, Nianbing felt a little better. Looking at the bustling crowd on the street and the lit lights, he suddenly felt a little lost. He had just entered society, and he had already encountered so many things. Although he had not made the wrong choice so far, should he still continue to stay in Ice City? Yes, he must stay. Even if the culinary skills of the Breeze restaurant did not interest him, the library of the Sorcerer Guild and the Zhangyang saber that Feng knew was currently making were all things that he needed. 1 month. Let's stay for 1 more month. Xuejing, I might surprise you tomorrow night. I just want you to know that you should not underestimate anyone. Although I will not take revenge on you, I will at least teach you a lesson for your unruly temper. When Nianbing returned to the Sorcerer Guild, it was already late at night. Before entering the guild, he changed into his magic robe again. With the symbol of an archmage on his chest and his badge, the night guards would not stop him at all. Nianbing did not go directly to the ice sorcerer. Instead, he returned to his room first. Seeing that the morning dew dagger was still under the mattress, he found a place to hide the things that he had brought with him. When he opened the door again, he first looked around. The corridor was empty, and there was not a single person. He then walked out of the room, closed the door, and walked to the westernmost room. During the process of walking, Nianbing restrained his mental strength and controlled the vortex of ice and fire in his body to rotate quickly. With ice on the outside and fire on the inside, he concealed the aura of the fire element magic. This was his biggest secret. From the outside, there was nothing special about the westernmost room. It was the same as the room that he lived in. He raised his hand and knocked on the door a few times. "Hello, I am Nianbing." The door opened silently, and an old and deep voice came from inside. "Come in." As soon as she entered the room, Nianbing immediately felt a wave of coldness hit her in the face. She subconsciously raised the icicle staff in her hand and instantly cast a level 2 ice curtain spell in front of her. The room suddenly lit up. It was also a foyer, but it was much bigger than the one he had just been in. On the sofa, the ice magic shooter looked at him and nodded approvingly. He said, "Not bad. Your reaction is quite fast. No wonder Li Hua admires you so much. However, as a magic shooter, this is not enough to defend yourself. If the other party is a martial arts master, in the case of a sudden sneak attack, you have no way to resist. This kind of low-level magic is useless." Nianbing was stunned for a moment before she nodded and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." The ice magic shooter pointed to the sofa beside him and said, "Sit down. I called you here because I have a few words to say to you. As for whether you can listen to me or not, it depends on you." Nianbing sat on the sofa and pretended to be defenseless. In front of a magic shooter, even if he was defenseless, there was no use. Moreover, he firmly believed that this ice magic shooter did not mean any harm to him, at least for now. With a flash of light, a transparent gem suddenly appeared in the ice magic shooter's hand. The gem shone with a colorful light. Before Nianbing could react, he clearly felt a strong magic power enveloping his body. Strangely, this magic power was not offensive. The light receded, and the translucent gem shimmering with rainbow-colored light returned to normal. The ice elemental archmage seemed to heave a sigh of relief, and calmly said, "My name is Bingjing. You can call me Teacher Bingjing from now on. Nianbing, since you're practicing ice magic, why did you come to the guild instead of going to the Ice God Tower? As a mage, I think you should know that the place that all ice mages yearn for the most is the Ice God Tower. Only there can you learn the most profound ice magic. I don't need to say more about this." Nianbing was shocked, but he tried to keep calm and said, "Frankly speaking, Teacher Bingjing, I don't like places like the Ice God Tower. I feel that the restrictive nature of that place is too strong. I don't know why, but the Ice God Tower always gives me a very overbearing feeling. and I just want to practice magic peacefully. I don't want to get involved in any fights, and I don't want to become a tool of the Ice God Tower. So, Bing Jing suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with cold light. Nian Bing, do you know who you are talking to? I'll be honest with you. I am one of the ice priests of the Ice God Tower. Now I'll give you a chance to choose. Leave here and go north to join the Ice God Tower. With my introduction, I think you will be put in an important position in the Ice God Tower. Nian Bing sneered in her heart. She also stood up, frowned, and said righteously, I'm sorry, Teacher Bingjing. Since I have joined the Union, I am a member of the Union. Although the Ice God Tower is good, it is not a place that I want to go. Please forgive me. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Finished speaking, she turned and walked out. Bing Jing's whole body emitted cold light, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply. Wrapped in frost, he said coldly, Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Nian Bing turned around and looked at Bing Jing without backing down. Teacher Bing Jing, I don't think you will do that. This is the Magician Union, not your Ice God Tower. I really don't understand. The Ice God Tower and the Magician Union are both pillars of the Ice Moon Empire. Why do you hate each other? No matter what, I will not join the Ice God Tower. Speaking of this, Nian Bing's eyes couldn't help but show a trace of resolute coldness. This was not an act. Although the hatred for the Ice God Tower had been buried in the deepest part of her heart, she would occasionally reveal it unintentionally. Bing Jing withdrew his cold aura and smiled. At this time, the inner door suddenly opened and two people walked out. It was the president of the Union, Long Ji, and the water archmage, Li Hua. Bing Jing said with a smile, President, you can rest assured this time. This child is not the one the Ice God Tower is looking for. At the same time, he is not someone who will betray the Union. Long Ji nodded with satisfaction. Looking at Nian Bing's puzzled face, he said, Child, this time it is our fault. You have just joined the Union, so we must test you. Now that everything has been proven, I hope you can understand. Don't worry, you are so loyal to the Union, so the Union will not treat you badly. Well, you can go now. Nian Bing blankly bowed to the three people and left the room. Long Ji turned his head to Li Hua and said, What do you think? Li Hua smiled and said, What else can I think? I already told you that this child is not very scheming, and he is wholeheartedly interested in learning. In the future, he will become a powerful magician. Long Ji sighed softly and said, From the looks of it, that is indeed the case. Either he is really inexperienced in the world, or he is too scheming. Even I can't see through his true thoughts. Bing Jing handed the glowing 7-colored gem to Long Ji and said, President, I think you are thinking too much. Even if he is very scheming, it is not necessarily bad for us. As long as he is not the one the Ice God Tower is looking for, and is not the so-called Masha, it is enough. In the future, we just need to observe him more. Oh, right, sure, Jiu. That child seemed to have stayed in his room for a while. Then Nian Bing went out again and came back. I don't know what he went to do. I originally wanted to send someone to follow him, but I was afraid that he would find out. This time he was gone for a full 2 hours. Long Ji said helplessly, It doesn't matter what he went to do. I think he went back to the hotel to get his luggage. However, we did not wait for 2 hours in vain, did we? Although it was not completely proven, at least a part of it was proven. Actually, he spent the whole afternoon in the library reading all kinds of basic information. I already did not suspect him. When I came back from the cool breeze room, I looked at him through the window. He was really focused, and it was not something that could be faked. Sure, Jio's nature is not bad, and his talent is not bad. It is just that he is a little too self-righteous. If my guess is not wrong, he must have found Nian Bing for Ling. To be honest, in the future, I would rather give Ling to this Nian Bing than let Ling marry him. No matter how scheming Nian Bing is, he is much better than little Jio. Li Ji laughed and said, We don't need to care about the matters of these little children. Let them develop. President, you're tired today. Let's go back and rest. When Nian Bing came out of Bing Jing's room, he immediately felt that his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. That 7-colored gem was obviously a magic item used for detection. Fortunately, he did not bring the morning dew dagger with him. His previous performance was all an act. Bing Jing could not deceive him. When he was in the Ice God Tower, Nian Bing had seen all 12 ice priests. The faces of those people were deeply imprinted in his mind. How could he forget? It was also thanks to this that they were able to escape the Magicians' Guild's final test. Returning to his own room, he retrieved the morning dew dagger and put it in his pocket. He took off his magician's robe and placed it on the bed with the icicle staff. Only then did he leave the Magicians' Guild. Perhaps tonight would be his last night in the Breeze Cottage. Tomorrow it would be a new beginning from the Magicians' Guild. Early in the morning, when the sun rose from the east, Nian Bing had already woken up from his meditation. He hadn't read the books on basic magic for nothing. After the night's practice, he had a much deeper understanding of magic. Even though he still didn't understand the principle of ice and fire being of the same origin, it was much easier for him to control magic. What he needed the most now wasn't to increase his magic power, but to fuse his mental strength with the magic power of ice and fire that he already had. Only then would he be able to unleash greater power. Nian Bing firmly believed that once he completely fused his ice and fire powers, the magic power he would produce wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. A dual-element magician of ice and fire, he should be the #1 person on the continent. Why couldn't he create his own magic? Walking out of his room, Nian Bing saw that Uncle Li was still asleep. Looking at the vast Breeze Cottage, Nian Bing could not help but sigh. It seemed that there was nothing for him to pursue in terms of culinary skills. First-rate culinary skills and second-rate magic. That was the portrayal of his current situation. Perhaps the Magicians' Guild was more suitable for him. At least there he could learn a lot of useful things. While thinking, Nian Bing walked to the firewood pile, picked up the hatchet, and chopped down with lightning speed. Although each piece of firewood only needed to be chopped into 8 pieces, he was still very focused. This method of concentration was something he had long been used to. The amount of firewood gradually increased. Nian Bing had always believed that when a person did something, he should finish what he started. Although he had already decided to leave, he still had to complete his last day's work. The hatchet in his hand seemed to be alive. There was almost no shadow of the hatchet. He only needed to use his left hand to continuously take the firewood from the side, and it would naturally split into 8 pieces. Uncle Li walked out of his room. When he saw Nian Bing chopping firewood with his back facing him, he couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, "This young man is really diligent. He's working so early in the morning." When he walked to Nian Bing's side and saw the hatchet's shadow, Uncle Li could not help but be stunned. What was originally a day's work, Nian Bing had already completed 70% of it. Nian Bing knew that Uncle Li had come to his side, but he did not stop. He was still chopping firewood. While chopping, he calmly said, "Uncle Li, chopping firewood is not just a job. If you focus on it, you will naturally achieve unexpected results. Firewood is a dead thing, but people are alive, don't you think so?" Uncle Li looked at Nian Bing and was speechless. For the first time, he felt that the handsome young man in front of him was not simple. At least, he was more mysterious than he thought. "This is the last piece. Uncle Li, I'll leave it for you as a souvenir." The hatchet suddenly became dexterous. The shadow of the hatchet swung gently, and the bark quietly peeled off. The sawdust splashed in the light of the hatchet. Under the effect of the carving technique, the hatchet seemed to come alive, though it gradually took shape in Nian Bing's hand. When the last flash of the hatchet flashed, it was no longer a piece of wood, but a person, a portrait. Uncle Li was surprised to find that the portrait turned out to be himself. One hand was holding the wood, and the other hand was raising the hatchet, ready to chop down. The sculpture was lifelike, as if it was a real person. Nian Bing handed the hatchet and the sculpture to Uncle Li at the same time. He bowed slightly to him and said, "Uncle Li, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. This is for you as a souvenir. I hope you still remember me." Uncle Li held the sculpture, which was still warm. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a clear voice not far away. "Nian Bing, are you up? Hurry up and come with me. Time is tight." Nian Bing smiled and brushed the sawdust off his body. He said, "Miss, I've been up for half a day. Let's go." He looked deeply at Uncle Li, and then he walked in the direction where Xuejing appeared. Xuejing was not wearing her favorite red dress today. She was wearing a white dress, which made her look much more charming. "Let's go. Let's go to my place." She pulled Nian Bing's sleeve without avoiding arousing suspicion and walked into the depths of the Qingfeng Zhai. Uncle Li looked at their backs as they left, and then looked at the sculpture in his hand. He sighed softly and said to himself, "It seems that this work of chopping wood will have to be done by me in the future." Xuejing led Nian Bing to a courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Nian Bing immediately smelled a fresh scent. The courtyard was not big, about 300 or 400 square meters. There was a stone path that led to the deepest part of the courtyard. Looking around, the entire courtyard was covered in green, especially a huge tree. Its branches and leaves were like a large green umbrella, covering half of the courtyard. Looking along the stone path, there was a wooden house. It seemed to have 2 or 3 rooms. Although the structure was made of wood, it looked very sturdy. In the middle of the lawn in the courtyard, there was a small pond about 10 square meters. The pond water was so clear that one could see the bottom. A red goldfish the size of a palm was swimming in the pond. It was indescribably leisurely. Xuejing turned to Nianbing somewhat proudly and said, "How is it? My place is not bad, right? I'm the only one living here, other than Sister Ling, and my family. You are the first outsider to come here. Let's go. I've prepared everything for you. I borrowed these things from Ling, with great difficulty. You have to be careful. Don't break them, and I won't be able to explain myself." Nian Bing followed Xuejing into the wooden house. The layout of the wooden house was much simpler than he had imagined. The elegance brought by the light pink color looked very fresh. Xuejing took out a set of magic robes from the bed inside and handed it to Nian Bing. The magic robes were red, and there was also the insignia of the Ice Moon Empire on the inside. There were 2 silver rings around the flame embroidery on the chest. It was 1 ring less than the one he had received yesterday. This should be the magic robes that symbolized a high-level magician. Nian Bing couldn't help but find it funny. He was a great magician, but now he had to pretend to be a high-level magician. It felt a bit strange. Xuejing handed the magic robes to Nian Bing and said, "Try it on first and see if it fits. I think it should be fine. Attending the banquet as a high-level magician, plus your young age, there shouldn't be anyone who would look down on you. How is it? I'm very thoughtful, right?" Nian Bing looked at Xuejing and said with a smile, "Are you going to stay here and watch me change?" Xuejing's charming face turned red and said, "Who wants to watch you? Just hurry up." Although she said this, she still walked out of the room. Nian Bing took off his outer clothes and put on the red magic robes. The faint fire element aura made him feel very comfortable. It also fit him well. "Are you done?" Xuejing impatiently shouted at the door. "I'm done." Nian Bing tidied up his clothes and looked at the door. Xuejing pushed the door and entered. When she saw Nian Bing wearing a high-level fire element magic robes, she couldn't help but be completely stunned. Under the red magic robes, his long golden hair was like a flame. His blue eyes looked so deep, especially that arrogant temperament, it made her heart beat faster. Nian Bing was a bit uncomfortable under Xuejing's scorching gaze. "Miss, is there anything wrong with me?" Xue came back to her senses and secretly scolded herself. What's wrong with her? Isn't he just a bit good-looking? He's just an embroidered pillow. Xue, oh Xue, you must not be fooled by his appearance. This kind of man is not worth having a good impression of. She took a deep breath and walked in front of Nian Bing to take a closer look. Then she said, "Not bad, it fits you quite well. You look like a decent person even if you wear good clothes. Yes, you have to maintain this attitude. You have to be a little arrogant. When the time comes at the banquet, don't speak without my permission. Just follow me." Nian Bing nodded and said, "Miss, the banquet will start at night. What should I do now?" Xue said, "There are still many things to do. I'll teach you some banquet etiquette first. Oh, by the way, do you know how to dance?" Nian Bing thought, "Dance 5? Dance 6? He shook his head and said, "I don't know." Xue said, "That's right. It'll take a long time to learn. I hope you can learn quickly so that you can use it at night. Let's start now. I'll teach you etiquette first." Half an hour later, Xue surprised voice came from the wooden house. "Nian Bing, did you learn etiquette before? How come you know all these? You seem to be doing it better than me." "No, I don't know. What you did just now, I just learned it." "Did he really not know how to do it?" "Of course not. As early as when he was young. He learned these things under the guidance of his father. His father said that these were indispensable in social situations. Now that he was learning from Xue, he naturally recalled the scenes of his childhood and did it very naturally and smoothly. Xue looked at Nian Bing with some doubts and said, "Good. I didn't expect you to be so smart. You don't need to learn etiquette. Let's start learning dancing. If you can learn dancing so quickly, I'll treat you to something good at noon." Just then, a clear voice came from outside. "Jing, the clothes you wanted are ready." Xue was startled. "Oh no, my father is here." "Nian Bing, hide first. Don't let my father see you." Nian Bing was stunned. "But your room is only so big. Where can I hide?" The voice came from outside again. "You little girl, you didn't even close the courtyard door. You're already so old, but you're still so careless. Let's see who dares to marry you in the future." This time, the voice was much closer to the wooden house. Xue looked around anxiously. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She hurriedly pulled Nian Bing to the bed and pushed him onto it. She didn't even have time to take off her shoes and hurriedly put down the curtains on both sides of the bed. When all this was done, the door outside just happened to open. Xue was a little flustered as she greeted. "Father, why did you come personally?" Lying on the soft bed and smelling the faint fragrance, Nian Bing's heart couldn't help but flutter. She heard the clear voice say, "You little girl, you've been going crazy every day recently and I haven't seen you at all. Father misses you. Your mother passed away early. You're the only family I have. Can't a father see his daughter?" Xue mood had already calmed down. She said, coquettishly, "Father is the best. Then I'll be sure to spend more time with you. Oh, by the way, are you going to the banquet tonight?" "Me? Of course I'm not going. That's a banquet for you young people. You should learn from Ling. Look at how gentle and obedient she is. Who dares to approach someone as crazy as you? If you can't get married in the future, I won't be responsible." Xue said angrily, "Father, how can you say that about your own daughter? Your daughter is so beautiful. There are many people chasing after me. I just don't like them." The clear voice laughed mockingly and said, "Is that so? Why do I hear that those young masters in the city run away when they see you? They're all scared of you?" Xue snorted and said, "That's because they're too useless. Even if I'm going to marry in the future, I want to marry a man who can support the heavens. If they can't even beat me, they don't have the qualifications." The clear voice said helplessly, "But those young men I introduced to you last time were all not weak. Didn't you also not want them?" "Of course I can't. Those guys all have their eyes on the top of their heads. Furthermore, they're too ugly. They're all big and burly. How can they be worthy of me? Then I can't help it. You should find one yourself. As long as you're willing, I, as your father, will support you unconditionally. Is that fine?" Shuejing giggled and said, "Then you don't have to worry about it. In any case, I'm only 18 years old. There's no rush. You should be free these 2 days. You can go back first. I want to change my clothes and see if they fit." Lying on the bed and listening to the conversation between Shuejing and her father, Nian Bing's heart was filled with indescribable envy. Once upon a time, he also had a father who cared about him as much as he did. But now, thinking of this, his body subconsciously moved, making an extremely soft sound. "Who's there? Jing. Why is there someone on your bed?" The clear voice suddenly became cold. Shuejing was obviously anxious. "Father, it's nothing. It's just a girl." "A girl? I want to see what this girl looks like." The curtains were lifted abruptly. Nian Bing looked up and saw a handsome middle-aged man dressed in white, standing by the bed. He was about 30 to 40 years old. Nian Bing could tell from the man's cold gaze that he could tear Nian Bing apart at any moment. Calmly sitting up from the bed, Nian Bing stood up. He could understand the middle-aged man's feelings. Seeing a strange man on his daughter's bed, no one would be in a good mood. The middle-aged man turned to look at Shuejing and said coldly, "Is this the girl you were talking about?" He was very angry at first, but when he saw Nian Bing's appearance, the anger in his heart subsided a little. The young man on the bed was handsome and didn't show a trace of panic when he suddenly saw him. In addition, he was wearing a fire magic robe, which symbolized that he was an advanced magician. All these were enough to prove that he was worthy of his daughter. After all, his daughter had grown up. Having friends of the opposite sex wasn't a big deal. Although he was lying on the bed, his clothes were neat and tidy. It was obvious that he was like this because of his sudden arrival. Shuejing looked at her father awkwardly. She turned to glare at Nian Bing and said, "Father, he's just a friend of mine. You suddenly came just now. I was afraid that you would misunderstand, so—" The middle-aged man laughed. "Misunderstand? Would I, Shueji, misunderstand my own daughter? If you do this, it will only make it more conspicuous. Silly girl, I didn't know when you met such a fire magician. Introduce him to father." Shuejing was just about to speak when Nian Bing spoke up. "Hello, I'm Nian Bing. Actually, I'm not a fire magician. Miss borrowed these clothes. I'm just a woodcutter from the Breeze sect." Since Shuejing already looked down on him, why should he let her father misunderstand? Shueji frowned and said, "Woodcutter? Did I hear wrongly?" "Jing, I need an explanation from you." Although his voice was still calm, the aura emanating from his body allowed Nian Bing to clearly recognize that the owner of the Cool Breeze restaurant definitely had a powerful martial skill. He was at least a great sword master. Compared to him, Shuejing was definitely not on the same level. Shuejing glared fiercely at Nian Bing. "You have no right to speak here. Get out." Nian Bing didn't say anything. He also looked deeply at Shuejing, then strode out of the room. Shuejing turned to her father and said in a low voice, "Father, you know that I've never had a boyfriend. Nian Bing is a woodcutter who just came to our house not long ago. At tonight's banquet, all the other girlfriends had their male companions, but I didn't. Nian Bing's looks are not bad, so I wanted him to pretend to be my boyfriend. I borrowed a magic robe from Ling, and now I'm teaching him etiquette." "Nonsense, really nonsense. How can you think of such a method? Haven't you thought about it? Is this fair? He's here to work, not for you to play around with." Although Shueji was reprimanding Shuejing, there was a smile on his face. He thought to himself, "Only my daughter can think of such a wicked idea." Shuejing saw that her father didn't seem to be angry. She immediately grabbed her father's arm and giggled. "What's not fair? Working for me is much easier than chopping wood." Shueji frowned. "You can't say that. Everyone has their own right to survive. As a girl, you should be more careful. I think that young man is not bad and he looks calm." Is he really just a woodcutter? Xuejing said, Of course it's true. He was recruited by me. That day he wanted to go to the Great Accomplishment Pavilion, but he met that snob Liao San. If I didn't save him, he would have been beaten up. Although he's not bad-looking, I don't like this kind of embroidered pillow. Father, don't worry, nothing will happen. Xuejing smiled bitterly. If only you could make me feel at ease. All right, I'm leaving. You can do as you see fit. Be careful. You're a girl after all, so you should pay attention to the rules. Otherwise, you'll be laughed at. If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid I'll have a heart attack. Chapter 18. Xuejing stuck out her tongue and personally sent her father to the door. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Nianbing standing on the stone path, her eyes fixed on the big tree. No one knew what she was thinking. Xuejing walked to Nianbing's side and smiled. Young man, work hard at the Breeze sect. Although my daughter is a little mischievous, her character is still good. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. I've already understood. How about you do him a favor? Nianbing was slightly stunned. Xuejing was the owner of the Breeze sect, but he didn't use a demanding tone when speaking to her. It was more like he was pleading. Just this point alone was enough to show his gentlemanliness. She couldn't help but like him even more. She respectfully said, This is what I should do. Owner, you don't have to be so polite. Xuejing looked deeply at Nianbing. Suddenly, he flipped his wrist and grabbed Nianbing's shoulder. Nianbing didn't move. He only had time to see Xuejing's hand clearly. That white and strong hand had already grabbed his shoulder. There was no pain. Xuejing patted his shoulder and said, All right, I'm leaving. You can continue learning from her. With that, he turned and strode out. Nianbing didn't notice that Xuejing's eyes were filled with doubt. After that test, he had clearly discovered that Nianbing didn't have a trace of battle qi in her body. Xuejing had always felt that this young man wasn't simple, but he couldn't tell why. Walking out of the courtyard, he didn't close the door behind him. After Xuejing left, Nianbing turned her gaze to Xuejing. She saw Xuejing patting her towering chest. You really scared me to death. Fortunately, Father seems to have been seduced by your appearance. You idiot, who told you to speak just now? Would it have killed you to speak less? Hurry up and get back in here. Let's continue learning. Now we can be brazen. Nianbing returned to the room. This time, she didn't need to continue learning etiquette. She started learning how to dance. 2 hours later, Nianbing. When Nianbing stepped on Xuejing's foot for the 14th time, she couldn't take it anymore. I'm going to strangle you to death. Why are you so stupid? I've taught you so many times, but you still can't get it. Nianbing dodged and said with grievance, I've always been stupid. Isn't it a little too late for you to realize that now? Miss, it's morning now. You should still be able to make it. Swap? Even the clothes are according to your size. Where do you want me to find someone now? Wait a moment, I'll be right back. After giving Nianbing a fierce stare, Xuejing turned around and ran out of the room. Looking at her hurried back, Nianbing frowned slightly. If this girl had half of her father's self-restraint, she could be considered a beauty. What a pity! Not long after, Xuejing came back with a strange smile on her face. There was a tinkling sound under her feet. This is good. You can step on me as much as you want. As long as you step on me, you're not allowed to rest. Keep practicing. Nianbing looked over and was surprised to find that Xuejing had changed her shoes. A pair of iron shoes. She opened her eyes wide and said, Miss, you don't have to be so exaggerated. Don't you think it's heavy? Xuejing snorted and said, Of course it's heavy. However, it's better than you stepping on me all the time. I've worn this pair of shoes for 5 years. They were specially made for practicing Qigong. Each shoe weighs 15 kilograms. I'm now carrying 15 kilograms of weight to practice dancing with you. You better be serious, do you hear me? When Nian Bing heard Xuejing say that she was not allowed to rest if she did not practice well, she had already made up her mind to be serious. Although it felt good to hold a beauty in his arms, it was not easy for a magician like him to stand like this all the time. She nodded helplessly and continued to practice dancing. The two of them practiced until the afternoon. Nian Bing barely grasped the steps of the dance. Although she could not be said to be graceful and free, she was able to go on stage. The two of them even had lunch in the room. Whether it was Nian Bing or Xuejing, who was wearing 15 kilograms of shoes, they were both sweating profusely. Xuejing wiped the sweat on her forehead and sat on her bed. Finally, I barely passed. That's it. If we continue practicing, even if you can persist, I won't be able to. Nian Bing, you should rest for a while and drink some water. Later, go take a shower and change into a clean set of underwear. Then we should prepare to leave. This time, I want to see if he has me in his heart. Nian Bing looked at Xuejing's persistent appearance, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. At this time, Xuejing seemed to be the most beautiful. She dared to pursue what she wanted. This was something that Nian Bing admired very much. Miss, if he is not jealous, what should we do? Xuejing said unhappily, shut your crow's mouth. This miss is beautiful and moving. How can he not be moved? If by any chance he is really a blockhead, I will hold you responsible. Nian Bing said innocently, I'm not him. What does this have to do with me? Xuejing waved her hand in annoyance and said, I'm just saying it casually. In any case, I will do my best and leave the rest to fate. If the gods do not tie our string of fate together, what can I do? Ling is better. Since she was young, she has her senior brother by her side to pamper her and protect her. I don't have to worry about this aspect. Right now, I am almost depressed to death. Nian Bing, how good would it be if you were really a magician? Nian Bing looked at Xuejing. If I were really a magician, what good would it be? Xuejing giggled and said, If that was the case, you could pursue me. No matter what, the identity of a magician is worthy of me. Even if you are only an intermediate magician, it doesn't matter. Frankly speaking, I have seen so many men, but you are the most beautiful one. Who knows? After you wear women's clothing, you will become a great beauty, more beautiful than me and Ling. Nian Bing heard this and had goosebumps all over her body. She bitterly smiled and said, Miss, using the word beautiful to describe a man is not appropriate. Let's go take a bath now. I really feel very uncomfortable. Xuejing's charming face turned red and said, You said it clearly. What do you mean we are going to take a bath? Let's go. Fortunately, before learning to dance, I made you change out of the magician's robe. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if it got dirty. Do you know that this magician's robe is very expensive? Nian Bing secretly said in her heart, I know. So in your heart, I am not as good as a magician's robe. It seems that in this society, without strength, there is nothing. If I was just an ordinary civilian, I am afraid I would really be insulted by you. Unfortunately, I am not. Xuejing, remember every word you said. Who would like an unruly and willful young miss like you? When night gradually fell, a luxurious carriage was traveling on the streets of Ice City. The carriage was pulled by 4 tall black horses. The body of the carriage was very large. It would not be a problem for more than a dozen people to sit inside. The driver was an old man. His posture was very strange. With a slight shake of his wrist, the reins in his hand would naturally be pulled on the back of the horse, guiding the direction of the horse. The speed was controlled very well. It was neither fast nor slow as it drove towards the west of Ice City. In the carriage, Xuejing looked at her silver dress with great discomfort. This dress was different from what she usually wore. It was specially made for banquets. Inside the dress, there were 3 or 4 different kinds of fasteners. It took 3 maidservants half an hour to complete the dress. Xuejing, who always liked simplicity, was simply suffering in this dress. Nian Bing, do you think my dress looks good? Xuejing subconsciously asked Nianbing, who was sitting opposite her. Nianbing smiled and said sincerely, "It's very beautiful. Miss, your long brown hair and this silver dress look very noble. It's much better than your usual dress." Xuejing's eyes lit up and said, "Really? If it's really beautiful, then I won't have wasted my efforts. This dress is so tight. It's really uncomfortable. Fortunately, I'm not very fat. I really don't know how much pain those fat women have to suffer when they wear this dress. You're still the best, no matter what occasion you attend. This magician's robe is the most suitable dress." Nianbing smiled and said, "Anyway, I'm just pretending. Miss, if you feel uncomfortable, you can wear an ordinary dress. Don't you have confidence in your own beauty?" Xuejing snorted and said, "How can I not have confidence? However, today isn't it to test that annoying guy? If it weren't for him, who would be willing to dress like this? In the social occasions of the upper class of Ice Snow City, I'm famous for being casual. Oh, right, from now on, don't call me Mississippi. If you call me that at the banquet, it will be a big joke." Nianbing said indifferently, "Then what should I call you?" Xuejing thought for a moment and said, "Since you appear as my boyfriend, then you can call me Jing, or like my father. It's a bargain for you. Also, you have to remember, when you talk to me at the banquet, don't be so respectful. You must be more intimate. This way, it will be more realistic and won't be discovered by others. Do you understand?" Nianbing smiled and said, "I understand. Jing, or it's like this." As he said that, he turned around and sat beside Xuejing. He hugged her slender waist with one hand. He let her lean in his arms. Xuejing was stunned for a moment. Then, she clearly smelled the masculine scent of a man on Nianbing's body. She raised her head and looked at Nianbing's handsome face. For a moment, she didn't realize how ambiguous their current position was. Nianbing hugged Xuejing, and a faint cold light appeared in his eyes. "Since you want me to be your boyfriend, then I won't be polite." After a long while, Xuejing woke up. She struggled and said, "Let go of me first. The banquet hasn't started yet." Although she said that her struggle was very light, Nianbing's warm embrace did bring her a great sense of comfort. Nianbing smiled and said, "Although the banquet hasn't started yet, I think it's better to cultivate the feeling with you first. If it's too stiff, as long as it's a discerning person, won't they be able to see through it at a glance? Since we're going to put on a show, we naturally have to make it more realistic." Xuejing was slightly stunned and looked at the handsome man again. "When did you become so smart? In my impression, you are supposed to be an idiot." Nianbing's blue eyes revealed a clear light. "That's only your feeling, not mine. I've never said that I'm silly. Isn't that right?" Xuejing suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness, but she couldn't explain why. She snorted and said, "You have to remember that you're only going to be my boyfriend for one night. If you have any improper thoughts, don't blame me for being rude." Nianbing smiled and said, "I don't dare to have improper thoughts. You're a young lady, and I'm a servant. After tonight, our identities will return to nature, and we'll each return to our own territory, right? Jinger." Xuejing looked at Nianbing's strange expression and didn't know why, but she felt a little flustered. At this moment, the carriage stopped. They had arrived at their destination. Xuejing slapped Nianbing's hand away and took out a box from under her seat and handed it to Nianbing. Nianbing asked doubtfully, "What is this?" Xuejing said, "You can open it and see." The box was red in color, and it was quite heavy. Nianbing opened the box and immediately felt a wave of fire elemental energy rush towards him. It was actually a fire elemental magic staff. The body of the staff was dark red, and there were spiral patterns on it. There was a round red gem at the tip of the staff. The quality was not bad, and the fire elemental energy was very dense. It should be of the same grade as the icicle staff that he had just obtained. Xuejing said, "This is also something I borrowed. It's called Mars staff. Be careful, fire element magicians always have their own staff. Nian Bing picked up the staff and nodded. It won't break. Even if you sell me, it won't be worth as much. Xuejing stared blankly for a moment. She wanted to say something, but didn't. The curtain of the carriage was lifted. Nian Bing followed the etiquette and jumped off the carriage first. Then she extended her right hand to Xuejing. Xuejing also got off the carriage with his help. The old coachman drove the carriage to the side. "Miss, I'll wait for you at the door." Nian Bing looked up and saw a magnificent palace-like building. Although she was only outside the door, she could still feel the magnificent aura of the building in the courtyard. This was a very large courtyard. There were no walls around the courtyard. Instead, she could see the iron fence inside. The fence was about 3 meters high, and the top was very sharp. It was obviously used to prevent people from climbing. Outside the 5 meters high gate, there were 10 soldiers standing guard on both sides. They all held standard knight spears in their hands. Each of them stood there with an imposing aura. Obviously, they weren't simple guards. Nian Bing remembered that Xuejing had once told her that the owner of this house was the chief financial officer of Ice Snow City. His power was so great that he was second only to the city lord, the Marquis. He also had the title of Count. Today's banquet was held for his daughter's 18th birthday. The Count's daughter was very good friends with Long Ling and Xuejing. Xuejing held Nian Bing's arm and said, "Be careful with your words. Remember everything I taught you. Do you understand?" Her hands were very cold. Even though there were 2 layers of clothes between them, Nian Bing could still clearly feel it. Obviously, Xuejing was a little nervous. At this time, Nian Bing was very relaxed. The expression on her face was very natural. Together with Xuejing, they slowly walked towards the gate. A housekeeper stood at the gate. He was receiving invitations from the guests who entered the courtyard. When he saw Xuejing, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Miss Xue has come. Our family's young miss is waiting for you. Miss Longling should be here soon." This time, the 3 great beauties of Ice Snow City can finally gather together. Xuejing smiled and said, "Uncle Li, you're making fun of Xue again. What 3 great beauties of Ice Snow City? That's just nonsense. If we really want to talk about it, Ling and Ro are the real beauties. What am I?" The housekeeper smiled, and his eyes fell on Nian Bing. Nian Bing could clearly see that the housekeeper's eyes flashed a cold light. If her mind wasn't strong enough, she was afraid that just this gaze alone would be enough to scare her away. She nodded slightly to the housekeeper and said, "Hello, I'm fire magician Nian Bing." The housekeeper smiled and said, "Mister, there's no need to be so polite. You've reached the realm of advanced magician at such a young age. You're really young and promising. Since you're Miss Xue's friend, you're naturally our distinguished guest. Please come in." He didn't ask any more questions. From Nian Bing's calm eyes, he could already feel that Nian Bing was really powerful. Xuejing didn't feel anything strange. She held Nian Bing's arm and finally entered the courtyard. This courtyard was very large. In front of the huge palace-like building, there was a huge magic fountain that could spray out a 10-meter-tall water column. Around the fountain, there were flowers of various colors. The entire courtyard was covered in green plants. Just the trees alone were more than 10. Clearly, the owner of this place had high requirements for the environment. Xuejing seemed to be relieved and whispered to Nian Bing, "We've passed the first test. You don't know, but the gatekeeper, Uncle Li, although he's only a housekeeper, he grew up with the Marquis. His martial arts skills are extremely high, and he's deeply trusted by the Marquis. Every time there's a banquet like this, he's in charge of inspecting the guests. Until now, no one has been able to sneak in under his watch. My father once told me that this Uncle Li might have the strength of a martial fighter." Nian Bing secretly thought that this kind of rich and powerful family was indeed different. Just a housekeeper had such powerful abilities. It seemed that she had to be more careful and not give herself away. While thinking, she subconsciously touched the morning dew dagger in her bosom. That was the thing she relied on the most. When they entered the door of the tall building, 2 servants immediately greeted them and led them inside. A somewhat strange voice suddenly sounded. "Isn't this Xiuejing? Ah, you've changed a lot today. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful in a formal dress." The one who spoke was a woman. She wasn't tall and was half a head shorter than Xiuejing, although her appearance was passable. But with the passage of time, the corners of her eyes had already revealed crow's feet. She was wearing heavy clothes, which made Nian Bing almost vomit. The beautiful woman walked in front of Xiuejing with what she thought was a beautiful pace. Xiuejing frowned impatiently. "So it's Madame Maya. I didn't expect you to come today." Madame Maya smiled and said, "Of course I have to come. Today is the birthday of the Count's daughter. How can I not come?" "Xiuejing, quickly, let's talk inside." "Oh, who's this handsome magician? Why haven't I seen him before?" Xiuejing coldly snorted and said, "This is my boyfriend, Senior Fire Magician Nianbing. He has just returned from his travels outside." "Of course, you haven't seen him before. I'm sorry, Madame Maya, we have to go in first. Ruer is still waiting for me." With that, she pulled Nianbing and quickly walked inside, no longer paying attention to Madame Maya. Madame Maya's eyes fell on Nianbing's face and didn't move away. Her eyes revealed an intoxicated look, and her lips were trembling. Nianbing whispered something, but Nianbing didn't dare to listen. She immediately lowered her head and walked into the hall with Xiuejing. Such a disgusting old woman. It's better to stay away from her. "Jing, who was that person just now?" It felt so strange. Nianbing couldn't help but ask Xiuejing. "Strange? What's so strange about it?" When she was young, she used to be a social butterfly. Later, she finally married a viscount. After marriage, she found out that the viscount's family had long declined. Their family's financial situation was not good. A few years later, the viscount fell ill and passed away. However, she did not have the slightest intention of restraining herself. She started her life as a social butterfly again. It has been like a day for decades. Can't you see that there is so much powder on her face? Don't you see the wrinkles on her face? I'm afraid her real age is over 50. It's disgusting to look at her. Nianbing smiled and leaned over to Xiuejing's ear and said, "I feel the same." Xiuejing couldn't help but feel a little itchy. She subconsciously shrank her neck. Just as she was about to question Nianbing, she remembered where she was now. She just glared at him and swallowed the words from her mouth. Nianbing didn't seem to notice. She smiled slightly, straightened her back and looked around. The surrounding environment was indeed good. The entire hall was thousands of square meters. There were more than 100 guests who had already arrived. They were chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Looking at their clothes, it was obvious that they were either rich or noble. The entire hall was filled with the smell of cosmetics. "Nianbing, you go to the side alone for a while. You can also eat something. If someone speaks to you, you'd better not answer. Just look arrogant. I'm going to find Ro-er. After all, it's her birthday today." As she said that, Nianbing pointed to the empty sofa at the side. Then she walked up the stairs at the side. Nianbing walked to the sofa and sat down. He casually picked up a drink and slowly drank it. This kind of social occasion wasn't what he liked. He just calmly observed these people. The Mars staff in his hand was placed on the table in front of him. He didn't pay much attention to this kind of metal equipment. At this moment, he suddenly heard the door guard shout, "Magician's Guild, Miss Longling and 9th young Master sure have arrived." "They're here." Although Nianbing had already guessed that they would come, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He hurriedly picked up the staff on the table and stood up. He walked to a relatively dark corner and stood still. Today, Longling didn't wear a magician's robe. Instead, she wore a purple dress. The dress matched her very well. It set off her elegant and gentle character. When she walked into the hall, it was as if there was an additional purple fairy. Long Ling's popularity was obviously much better than Xuejing's. When Xuejing came in just now, most people only gave her a few glances and continued talking. Only a few people took the initiative to greet her. Long Ling was different. When she entered, she became the center of attention. Almost everyone took the initiative to greet her. It felt like she was the owner of this place. With a slight smile, Nian Bing's eyes revealed a faint light. He knew that in this kind of situation, Long Ling wouldn't be able to discover him. He was also happy to have some peace and quiet. Today he wanted to see what kind of tricks this so-called upper-class aristocratic banquet had. Sergio was still wearing his magician's robe. Although there wasn't any symbol of identity on it, no one present doubted his strength. Although Sergio wasn't as handsome as Nianbing, he was still passable. For a moment, the two became the center of attention. At this moment, Nianbing discovered an anomaly like himself. Because only the two of them didn't go up to greet Longling and Sergio, they easily discovered each other. It was a young man. His figure was similar to Nianbing's, except that he was more robust. He wore a fitted white shirt and pants that looked very straight on his body. Although his chiseled face couldn't be said to be very handsome, it emitted a strong, masculine aura. A pair of black eyes and long black hair made him look somewhat cold. In his hand was a knife. The knife was very short. It felt like it wasn't much longer than her morning dew. The scabbard was also white. To be able to bring a knife here, it was obvious that this man's identity wasn't ordinary. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Nianbing's mind. This person couldn't be the cool guy that Xuejing liked, right? Very quickly, Nianbing confirmed his thoughts. In the hall, only this person could match Xuejing's description. Ling Nianbing felt something strange happen. That man actually walked towards her. Although he didn't walk very fast, the hall was only so big. In just a few steps, he was in front of Nianbing. "Hello, I'm Yan Feng." Nianbing was stunned. According to Xuejing's description, he should be very cold and wouldn't get close to humans or beasts. Why would he take the initiative to greet her? Although that was what she thought, she didn't act impolitely. She reached out her hand to shake his and said, "Hello, I'm Nianbing." Letting go of her hand, Yan Feng walked to Nianbing's side and stood there. He raised his little finger and very naturally brushed away a lock of black hair in front of his forehead and tucked it behind his ear. His overly black eyes were filled with an indescribable brilliance as he stared at Nianbing in silence. After a long time, his lips slightly rippled with a faint smile. "I don't think I've seen you before." Looking at the tall and cold Yan Feng, Nianbing suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart. Although she couldn't tell what this feeling was, she faintly felt that something was wrong. "I just came to Ice Snow City not long ago and just joined the Magician's Guild. That's why you haven't seen me before. It seems that you often participate in these kinds of social activities." Yan Feng's gaze still fell on Nianbing's face as he coldly said, "Not often, just occasionally. I hate those women who are like flies the most." Nianbing secretly said in her heart, "This guy must have a problem with his brain. Why is he pretending to be cool?" She smiled and nodded to Yan Feng, no longer talking to him. Yan Feng also didn't speak, his gaze falling on the scene. Long Ling struggled to break free from the crowd of people. She said something to Sergio and also ran upstairs. Obviously, she should be meeting up with Xuejing and Miss Roer. Long Ling's departure caused the atmosphere in the hall to drop again. The nobles continued to talk about something. Sergio also became one of them at this time. From his expression, it could be seen that the nobles must have praised him. With his temperament, under this kind of praise, he probably didn't even know his own name. Most of the nobles who came today were very young, of course, except for Madame Maya. The cold Yan Feng suddenly opened his mouth again. "The Count has appeared." Nianbing followed his gaze and saw an old man of about 50 years old walking down the stairs. The old man was wearing a luxurious robe. He wasn't tall and looked like a big meatball. As the fat on his body trembled, he walked down the stairs. The stairs were obviously very sturdy. Even with his weight, it still didn't make a sound. Nian Bing thought, as expected of the chief financial officer of Ice Snow City, he must have stuffed a lot of delicious things into his stomach. The appearance of the Count made the people who were chatting suddenly quiet down. Their eyes fell on the stairs. The Count stopped halfway up the stairs. His fat face was full of smiles. "Welcome everyone to my humble home. Today is my daughter's 18th birthday, and also the day she becomes an adult. Everyone, feel free to eat, drink, and have fun. Treat this place as your own home. If there is anything that is not good enough, please feel free to continue. Everyone, let's continue. I think my daughter will be out soon." As soon as these words came out, it immediately attracted a chorus of praises. The fat on the Count's face clumped even tighter. He seemed to be very satisfied with such a scene. He slowly walked down the stairs with a glass of wine in his hand. He walked together with the young nobles and chatted. Seeing this scene, Nian Bing and Yan Feng's faces showed the same expression. Their brows were wrinkled and full of disdain. The extravagant life of the nobles was indeed not what they liked. "Brother Yan, how much do you know about this Count?" Nian Bing asked subconsciously. He was not familiar with this place. The only one who could answer his question now was Yan Feng. Chapter 19. Yan Feng said coldly, "The Earl's name is Luo Hao. Although he is not honest, he is quite capable. The finances of Ice Snow City are under his control. The taxes that he pays to the Ice Moon Empire every year are definitely not less than the taxes that Ice Snow City pays. What he is most proud of is that he has a good daughter. Although Luo Ro is only 18 years old this year, she became famous 10 years ago. When she was 8 years old, she participated in the triennial national exam of the Ice Moon Empire and obtained the first place. Furthermore, her score was much higher than the second place. She was known as a child prodigy. As she grew older, her intelligence became more and more apparent. It is said that the reason why the chief financial officer was able to handle all the finances in an orderly manner was inseparable from this wise girl. Among the 3 beauties of Ice Snow City, the youngest wise girl is the leader. Wise girl Luo Ro, Witch Longling, and crazy girl Xuejing. When the 3 of them are together, even the Marquis of Ice Snow City will give them some leeway. Crazy girl? Haha, she really lives up to her name. With her temper, this title is completely appropriate. Hearing the 3 girls' nicknames, Nian Bing couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Yan Feng's gaze fell on Nian Bing. "What's wrong? Do you know Xuejing?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "Today I am her male companion, so of course I know her. What does brother Yan think of her?" Yan Feng's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "I didn't expect you to be Xuejing's male companion. What can I think of her? I only know that her father, Xueji, is the brother of one of the 3 marshals of the Ice Moon Empire, blood-devouring, soul-destroying Snow Soul. Snow Soul is the head of the 3 marshals of the empire. He is known for his iron and blood style. As long as he goes to war, no one will survive. Therefore, he is also known as the Iron and Blood Marshal. Xueji is much more low-key than his brother. He only opened a restaurant in Ice Snow City called Breeze Restaurant. However, with his brother's prestige, no one dares to offend him." After knowing the background of the Snow family, Nian Bing could not help but take a deep breath. To be able to open such a large bar in the middle of Snow Castle, it was definitely not a simple family. Exclamations rang out at this moment. Everyone's eyes once again gathered on the stairs. They all shouted out 2 words at the same time: "Wise woman, wise woman, wise woman." On the stairs, the first to appear were Xuejing and Longling. The 2 women, one in silver and one in purple, highlighted the 2 women's full and moving figures under the contrast of the tight-fitting dresses. When they stood together, Shuejing, seemed to be fuller. Many years of martial arts training made her look healthy and lively. Although Longling was slightly slender, her gentle smile easily gave people a good impression. Most of the men present had their eyes fixed on the stairs. Of course, this did not include Nianbing and Yanfeng. At this moment, a blue figure appeared between Longling and Shuejing. She had a head of long blue hair that was slightly curly, as if it had not been combed. A pair of big blue eyes emitted a faint light. Without looking at her appearance, Nianbing was deeply attracted to this pair of eyes. Those eyes were full of wisdom, deep like a divine pool in a valley, although clear but bottomless. In terms of appearance, among all the women that Nianbing had seen before, perhaps only Feng knew could compare with her. However, this Miss Luo Ro looked much more delicate, and there seemed to be a trace of sickly beauty between her eyebrows. Nianbing smiled. No wonder Brother Yen said that the Count values women. Seeing the wise woman in person, I really have some doubts whether she is the Count's biological daughter. Yanfeng looked at Nianbing, and a rare faint smile appeared on his face. I don't know about that. However, you must not let the Count hear this, otherwise he will be angry. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, invisibly closing the distance between them a little. At this moment, the Count had already arrived at the bottom of the stairs. The wise woman, Luo Ro, accompanied by Longling and Shuejing, slowly walked down. Luo Ro only stopped when she reached the stairs. She smiled and bowed to everyone present. Today is Luo Ro's birthday. Thank you for coming. Luo Ro is honored. Melodious birthday music sounded. An entire hall was filled with a harmonious atmosphere. A cart was slowly pushed by two servants. On the cart, there was a huge cake with 7 layers. There were 18 blue candles lit on the cake. The lights in the hall dimmed, and only the candles were still bright. Other than Nianbing and Yanfeng, all the guests present sang the birthday song. Luo Ro smiled gently and put her hands together in front of her chest. She closed her eyes and made a wish. After a while, when she opened her eyes, there was a smile on her face. Silence. Ling, or let's blow together. The 3 girls opened their mouths at the same time, and the 18 candles were extinguished in the fragrance. The lights in the hall were lit again, and the birthday ceremony was over. Luo Ro took the table knife and made the first cut. She cut a small gap in the top layer of the cake. She raised the knife and dipped it in a layer of milky white cream. Luo Ro smiled. There are many guests present. Luo Ro's body is not very good. I wonder if I can ask a young master to come up and help me cut this cake. Luo Ro does not have a male partner today. I am willing to dance with this young master. As soon as she said this, it caused an uproar. All the young nobles who thought they were qualified raised their hands high, and they all fought to be first, hoping to get Luo Ro's approval. Nianbing looked at Yanfeng. Brother Yan, are you not interested? Yanfeng said indifferently, not interested. If you are willing, I can lend you a hand. Nianbing smiled. Okay. Then I will have to trouble Brother Yan. Yanfeng's eyes showed a trace of surprise. You really want to go? Nianbing smiled. Why not? To be able to dance with the wise woman. It is not a waste for me to come here. Brother Yan, it seems like we have to hurry. Otherwise, Miss Luo Ro will be chosen. Yanfeng looked deeply at Nianbing and nodded. Okay, I will help you. Follow behind me. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the densest part of the crowd. A faint white dou qi emitted from Yanfeng's body. All the nobles fell to the sides when they came in contact with this dou qi. They wanted to be angry, but when they saw Yanfeng's cold face, they couldn't help but restrain themselves. Yanfeng's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention, including Shuejing. Other than Yanfeng himself and Nianbing, everyone felt that Yanfeng was going to cut the cake for Luo Ro. In an instant, the voices weakened. It was as if no one was willing to fight with him. He didn't use his battle energy to force them back and naturally opened up a path. Xu Ejing's expression changed slightly. She came today mainly for Yan Feng. Now that she saw that Yan Feng was going to cut the cake for her best friend, her feelings immediately became complicated. Luo Ro saw Yan Feng walking towards her and couldn't help but smile. "Young Master Yan, are you going to help me cut the cake?" "It is my honor." Yan Feng walked in front of the cake and glanced at Luo Ro and the other two girls. He nodded to the count beside him. "No, it is not me. It is a friend of mine. I hope Miss Luo Ro can give him this opportunity." After he finished speaking, he leaned to the side. Only then did everyone notice the magician in a fiery red robe behind him. Long Ling and Xue Jing couldn't help but exclaim softly when they saw him appear. They revealed doubtful gazes. When Luo Ro saw Nian Bing's handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with a strange light. In an instant, Nian Bing became the focus of the entire banquet. Nian Bing walked to Yan Feng's side and calmly looked at the three girls in front of him. He smiled. "Miss Luo Ro, may I be of service?" "No." Before Luo Ro could open her mouth, Xue Jing rushed to shout. After shouting these two words, she realized that she was too anxious. Feeling the doubtful gazes of the crowd, she couldn't help but say, I mean that his status is not enough." Yan Feng coldly said, "Crazy Xue Jing, no wonder you are called crazy. Are you going to go crazy at Miss Luo Ro's birthday banquet? He is my friend. Just this point alone is enough for me to accept him." Hearing Yan Feng speak, Xue Jing couldn't say anything. She fiercely glared at Nian Bing and didn't say anything. Nian Bing didn't seem to notice Xue Jing's glare. He continued to look at Luo Ro, who had the same blue eyes as him. "May I be of service?" Although Luo Ro had the same doubts in her heart, she was worthy of her title as a wise woman. Under such circumstances, she smiled slightly and said, "Jing Jing bowed just now. I apologize to you on her behalf. There is no distinction of status at Luo Ro's birthday banquet. Every guest who attends is Luo Ro's friend. Sir, please." As she spoke, she handed the table knife in her hand to Nian Bing. A simple sentence instantly dispelled the awkward atmosphere. Nian Bing walked to Luo Ro's side and nodded slightly. "Ladies, please step back to prevent the cream from staining your clothes." Luo Ro glanced at Nian Bing and stepped back with Long Ling and Xue Jing. Nian Bing held the handle of the knife. Although it was a different knife, with his knife sense he could clearly feel the presence of the table knife. Glancing at the plates on the dining cart, Yan Feng came to his side and handed the first plate to him. Nian Bing smiled. "This first piece is naturally for today's birthday girl, Miss Wise Lady." There was a flash of light. Other than Yan Feng, who was beside Nian Bing, no one saw how he moved. A piece of cake was neatly placed on the plate. Even more strangely, the cream on the table knife was gone. The rest of the cake was cut neatly and the cream was not touched at all. Nian Bing passed the plate to Wise Lady behind him. "This cake is my birthday gift to Miss Wise Lady." Even with Wise Lady's intelligence, she did not understand Nian Bing's meaning. Long Ling could not help but say, "This is clearly Ro-er's cake. How can it be considered a gift from you?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Miss Wise Lady, taste it, and you will know. This is the only special piece of cake today." Luo Ro's gaze met with Nian Bing's. She was surprised to find that she could not see through this exceptionally handsome man in front of her. She took the spoon from the servant and cut a small piece of cake into her mouth. In the process of cutting, she found that the cake was a little hard. When the cake entered her mouth, Luo Ro could not help but exclaim, "It's so cold!" The originally fragrant and greasy cake now had a hint of sweetness to it. The ice-cold cream and cake melted in her mouth, and the sweet and refreshing aroma immediately filled her mouth and nose. Luo Ro's spirit was lifted and her originally pale face had a hint of redness. Nian Bing smiled and said, "How is it?" Using ice magic into the cake seemed simple, but the control of the fire was extremely important. If too little ice magic was used, then the taste of the cake would be worse. If too much ice magic was used, then the cake would become a lump of ice and could not be eaten. Perhaps only a magician like Nian Bing, who was born as a chef, could control it so well. Luo Ro's eyes flashed. She nodded at Nian Bing and said, "Thank you, sir." Luo Ro is very satisfied with this gift. "It's been a long time since I've eaten something that made me want to eat more. I wonder if young master can let my two sisters have the same taste?" The nobles present naturally did not understand the meaning of their conversation. However, Luo Ro did not seem to be lying. For a moment, they could not help but look at Nian Bing with curiosity. Nian Bing smiled faintly, and a trace of cold arrogance appeared on her face. "I'm sorry, Miss Luo Ro," I said, "that only you can taste this special gift today." Nian Bing turned around, and his knife flashed continuously. Piece after piece of cake fell onto an empty plate under the effect of the knife. After every 10 slashes, Nian Bing would wait for a while so that Yan Feng, who was beside him, could distribute the cake. There were many people present who were familiar with martial arts. They could all tell that Nian Bing was not using battle energy. He was only relying on his skillful knife skills and extraordinary wrist strength to achieve such an effect. The control of his strength was extremely mystical. Every piece of cake was completely undamaged and was exactly the same size. However, when the cake entered the mouths of the nobles, it still tasted the same. When Nian Bing took the last piece of cake into her hands, the 7 layers of cake had just been distributed. Everyone had a piece, no more and no less. In addition, every piece was the same size. This was clearly calculated. Luo Ro had already eaten half of the cake in her hands. Looking at Nian Bing, who had finished distributing the cake, she smiled and said, "I didn't expect young master to finish distributing the cake so quickly." Nian Bing walked in front of Luo Ro with the cake in her hands and said with a smile, "If it was someone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to dance with Mississippi at first glance." Distributing the cake was a very easy task. However, if it was an ordinary person, it would take a long time to distribute more than 100 pieces of cake. Taking advantage of this time, the ball would have already started. Luo Ro could use the excuse of waiting for the person to cut the cake as an excuse to refuse other people's invitation to dance. When the person who cut the cake was done, she could also find an excuse to refuse. Such scheming was indeed worthy of the title of wise woman. When Nian Bing said that she would ask someone to cut the cake for her, she had already seen through everything. Although this wise woman looked gentle and peaceful on the surface, she was actually very sharp. The arrogance in her heart could only be seen through by a wise person. Luo Ro knew that Nian Bing had seen through her plan. Half of the cake in her hands had already been eaten. At this time, the eyes of the 3 beauties of Ice City all fell on him. Luo Ro's eyes were filled with provocation. Long Ling's eyes were filled with curiosity and inquiry, and Xuejing's eyes were the most obvious. There was also a hint of curiosity in her anger. Luo Ro said in a clear voice, "After eating the cake, everyone is free to participate in the ball. Luo Ro will now keep her promise and dance the first song with this Mr. Magician." Music. Luo Ro extended her right hand towards Nian Bing as the melodious music started playing. Nian Bing smiled and took her small hand. Naturally, he hugged her slender waist, which seemed like it could break at any moment. He slid his feet and stepped onto the dance floor. The guests consciously scattered to the 2 sides, giving them the middle of the dance floor. Although Nian Bing's dancing skills were a little rusty, she gradually became more natural with the music. The fragrance on Luo Ro's body was very light, but it left a deep impression on Nian Bing. It was similar to the fragrance of orchids. Holding her soft little hand in his palm was indescribably comfortable. Their blue eyes stared deeply into each other's. In the eyes of outsiders, it was a gaze of deep affection. However, Nian Bing and Luo Ro knew that the other party was giving them a challenging look. Luo Ro's cherry lips trembled. In a voice that only Nian Bing could hear, she said, "Where did you come from? I can be sure that you are not from this city, because there are very few blondes in the Ice Moon Empire." Nian Bing smiled and replied in the same low voice, "Indeed, I just came to Ice City not long ago. Miss, you naturally haven't seen me on various occasions. I have long heard of your reputation as a wise woman. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. It is indeed my honor to be able to dance with you." Luo Ro's clear eyes showed a trace of dissatisfaction. As the saying goes, don't lie in front of a famous person. Why do you have to use such a jack of all trades? Can you tell me who you came with? Yen Feng has never casually interacted with others. Today he also came by himself. I believe that you two have just met not long ago. To be able to get him to help you, it seems that you have quite the charisma. Nian Bing said without batting an eyelid, "Perhaps it is because I am fated with Brother Yen. It is not difficult for Miss Luo Ro to know where I come from. You just have to ask your good sister." Luo Ro's eyes showed surprise for the first time, as if she had thought of something. Could it be that you are the fake boyfriend that came with Silence?" Nian Bing said indifferently, as expected of a good sister, "You already know this. Why do you need me to explain anything?" Luo Ro's eyes showed that she was deep in thought. Nian Bing continued to look at her with a burning gaze. Luo Ro knew that in her first confrontation with Nian Bing, she had already lost. She had lost because of Nian Bing's mysteriousness. Since she was young, this was the first time she had tasted defeat. She couldn't help but have a deeper understanding of this young man in front of her. The surrounding guests looked at the man and woman on the dance floor with envy and admiration. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was stunningly beautiful. They were like a golden couple. Even Luo Ro's father, the old count, couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He had hosted many social events, but this was the first time he had seen someone whose looks and figure were worthy of his precious daughter. The music came to an end. Nian Bing's large hands led Luo Ro in two beautiful circles. Nian Bing's right hand reached out and wrapped around her waist, causing her to lean back. At the same time, she took half a step forward, her face close to Luo Ro's. Her eyes revealed a faint smile, and she said in a normal voice, "Miss Luo Ro's dance is beautiful. Compared to you, I am much more unfamiliar." With a slight force, Luo Ro straightened her back. She glanced at Nian Bing, her eyes full of charm. "Sir, you are too modest. Although you are unfamiliar with dancing, you have completely integrated into the music. With a little more time, Luo Ro will definitely not be able to match you. All right, distinguished guests, please dance to your heart's content." After announcing the official start of the dance party, Luo Ro held Nian Bing's hand and walked to the side of the dance floor. She couldn't hold back her curiosity and wanted to ask her good friend clearly. Xue Jing seemed to have forgotten about Nian Bing. She stood beside Yen Feng and whispered, "Aren't you going to dance?" Yen Feng glanced at her coldly and said calmly, "Sorry, I don't know how to dance. And I definitely won't dance with the woman who just humiliated my friend." Xue Jing was slightly angry. "Your friend? How long have you known him? Could it be that in your heart he is more important than me?" Yen Feng glanced at Xue Jing impatiently. "No, you are wrong. Not more important, but much more important." Hearing the first few words, Xue Jing's eyes revealed a trace of joy. But when she heard the last sentence, her healthy complexion immediately lost all color and she almost fainted. "All right, Yen Feng, remember this. Silence, come. I have something to ask you." At this moment, Luo Ro's voice sounded. Xue Jing turned around and saw Luo Ro holding Nian Bing's hand and walking to the side of the dance floor. When she saw Nian Bing, she immediately became angry. She thought to herself, Damn Nianbing, damn Nianbing, you are dead today. While thinking, she didn't care about her previous ladylike demeanor and walked over with large strides. Sure, Jiu wanted to ask Longling to dance with him, but he was stopped by Luo Ro. Nianbing smiled. Big brother Shurjiu Ling hello. I didn't expect to see you here today. Longling frowned. I really didn't expect it. Nianbing, you are an ice magician. Why are you wearing a fire magician's robe today? Also, your level isn't right. These clothes are a bit familiar. Xuejing, who had just walked over, only heard the last sentence. She snorted. Of course it's familiar. Didn't I borrow his clothes and magic staff from you? Luo Ro looked at Nianbing in confusion, but didn't say anything. But the dragon spirit opened his eyes wide and said, What? Jingjing, this is the split you were talking about. Xuejing didn't want to give Nianbing any face in front of her sisters. She fiercely said, That's right. He is the one who chopped the firewood. I didn't expect him to play tricks. Nianbing smiled faintly. I didn't play any tricks. I helped your good friend cut the cake. Isn't that fitting for this disguise? Don't forget, I am now your boyfriend. I know you want to ask why I have such skilled knife skills to cut the cake. It's actually very simple. After chopping firewood for so many years, I naturally became proficient. No matter what it is, it's all the same. He wasn't lying, so his eyes were very calm. Luo Ro, who had already confirmed something, couldn't help but doubt her own judgment when she saw this calm expression. Xuejing said angrily, You did it on purpose, didn't you? Tell me, what did you say to Yan Feng just now? Nianbing said faintly, I only said hello to Brother Yan. He isn't like what you described. He doesn't give people a comfortable feeling when interacting with him. Xuejing could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Get out of here. I'll deal with you when we get back. Nianbing's change and Yan Feng's indifference completely enraged this crazy woman. Silence, Luo Ro said unhappily. After all, Nianbing had just danced with her for the first time and had already become the most important guest. If she was driven out by Xuejing, then there was no need for the banquet to continue. Nianbing smiled faintly. I'm sorry, Miss Xuejing, I didn't sell you as a slave. Everyone has their own pride. I hope you can watch your words. Moreover, you don't have the power to drive out a great magician, am I right? Linger. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Long Ling, who had already become dumbstruck due to shock. Xuejing's voice became sharp. In her anger, she had already forgotten where she was. Great magician? Are you talking about yourself? Who do you think you are? Silence. Luo Ro and Long Ling shouted at the same time. Long Ling had already woken up and walked between Nianbing and Xuejing. She said in a low voice, Silence, no matter what conflict you have between you. Today is Ro Er's birthday. Don't be a downer. Moreover, Nianbing is right. With his position in our union, you really don't have the power to drive him out. Xuejing was stunned. Ling, you really know him? Long Ling nodded. Silence, although I don't know what misunderstanding there is between you two. There is one thing I can be sure of. Do you remember the new great magician I told you about? It's Nianbing. He is younger than me, but has already reached the level of a great magician. He is deeply acknowledged by my father and several other magicians. Luo Ro nodded and held out her remaining cake. I can prove this with this cake that looks like ice cream. Xuejing was stunned, completely stunned. She had never thought that Nianbing, who had always been weak in her eyes, would actually be a genius magician. This sudden contrast was hard for her to accept, but she clearly knew that Long Ling and Luo Ro would never lie to her. Everything was true. Her gaze suddenly became cold. After staring at Nianbing, her emotions became calm. I'm sorry. I can't continue to attend your birthday party. I'll come another day to apologize. I'll leave first. After saying that, she walked out with calm steps and elegantly walked out. Luo Ro and Long Ling, who were familiar with her, knew that Xuejing was on the verge of erupting like a volcano. They were afraid that this matter could not be settled peacefully. Nianbing, what's going on? Shijiu, who had been silent all this time, could not help but ask. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. It's just a misunderstanding between me and Miss Xuejing. Big brother Shijiu, with such beautiful music, aren't you going to invite Miss Xuejing for a dance?" Shijiu was stunned for a moment, but immediately reacted. Nianbing responded with a grateful smile and extended his right hand in a gentlemanly manner. Long Ling had no reason to refuse Shijiu. Although she still wanted to ask clearly, she had no choice but to slide onto the dance floor with Shijiu. Nianbing stood there calmly, watching the couples on the dance floor. His mood was very relaxed. This time, he could completely leave the cool breeze study. "Don't you think this is very cruel to silence?" Luo Ro stood beside Nianbing and said faintly. "Cruel? I don't think so. Miss Luo Ro, you're known as a wise woman. In your opinion, with Xuejing's nature, shouldn't she suffer some setbacks?" Nianbing turned to look at Luo Ro. Luo Ro frowned slightly. "So you're saying that you're still helping her?" Nianbing said faintly. "At least that's what I think. Xuejing helped me before. Although I hid my identity as a magician from her, I don't have any ill intentions towards her. To be honest, if she was a man, I might really take revenge on her for all the insults she's given me these days. However, she's a woman after all. There's nothing to fight over with a woman. That's why I chose to reveal my identity today. Perhaps you think that I've hurt Xuejing, but we can't even be considered friends. She's not sad, she's just angry. Do you think I'd care if another person hates me? You're a wise woman, and Xuejing is your friend. If you can guide her to change her current temper and way of speaking, perhaps she won't suffer so much in the future." Luo Ro's expression became a bit strange. "Just who are you? I really don't understand why you're doing all this." Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "I'm just an ordinary magician. Didn't you already hear from Ling Er? I'm an ice magician who just joined the Magician's Guild." Luo Ro smiled. "Nianbing, that should be your name. You've already aroused my interest." Just like a mouse smelling a cat, Nianbing couldn't help but shiver. "Miss Luo Ro, if you want to investigate my background, then you can do whatever you want. I'm really sorry for disturbing your birthday party today, but to be able to meet a wise woman, I'm very happy. If there's a chance in the future, Nianbing will definitely pay you a visit. I'll have to trouble you to tell Ling Er that I'm going back to the guild first. If she wants to find me, she can go to the library." Luo Ro said with a bit of disappointment, "You're leaving now?" Nianbing smiled and said, "Even if I don't leave, I'm afraid that Miss Luo Ro won't be willing to dance with me again. That's why I'm leaving. I don't like the feeling of being the target of public criticism." Luo Ro's expression changed. "Then will you still return to the Clear Wind sect?" She wanted to say, "So what if I dance with you again?" But when the words reached her mouth, she didn't say it. Chapter 20. Nianbing shook her head and said, "At least not now. But when I return to the Clear Wind study, I won't be in my current identity." Luo Ro smiled and said, "You won today, but you can't win forever. When I know everything about you, I will make you accept your loss." Nianbing pretended to be terrified. "I am already convinced. Miss, please don't make things difficult for me." Luo Ro snorted and said, "Are you disdaining to fight with a little girl like me?" Nianbing smiled and said, "I don't dare. It's just that I really don't have time to fight with Mississippi. If Miss has the ability to enter the Magician Guild's library, you can find me there. I won't leave the Magician Guild for at least a month. If that's the case, you've accepted my challenge. Good, let me send you out." After saying that, without waiting for Nianbing to object, she took the initiative to take his hand and walked out with him. The night was cold and the air was especially fresh. Luo Ro held Nianbing's hand and walked slowly out of the courtyard like a couple. With a beauty by his side, Nian Bing felt relaxed and comfortable, but there was no trace of desire in her heart. Nian Bing, how about we make a bet? Luo Ro said with a smile. Although she said it casually, Nian Bing could sense the hidden meaning behind her words. A bet? Sorry, I'm not a gambler. Luo Ro said. You don't dare? Afraid of losing to me? Nian Bing smiled. It's better to provoke someone. When used on a wise woman, I'm afraid no one can escape. Why don't you tell me, how do we make this bet? Luo Ro said, let's bet this month. If I can't figure out your true identity in a month, then I lose. If I can figure it out, then you lose. How about it? Nian Bing looked at Luo Ro and said, don't you already know my true identity? I didn't hide anything. How about this? It's too difficult for you to figure out my identity. So difficult that it's almost impossible. Let's bet on my profession. As long as you can find out my true profession and provide me with evidence, you win. But what do we bet on? Luo Ro smiled and said, all right, we'll do as you say. That means you're not as simple as a magician. If I win, you have to promise me one thing. If you lose, I'll promise you one thing. Nian Bing was a little amused as she said, isn't this condition a little too vague? If I win and ask you to marry me, would you agree? Luo Ro let go of Nian Bing's hand and laughed. There's nothing wrong with that. However, you have to be able to beat me first. I've never lost a bet before. I'll leave you here. I have to go back. There are many guests waiting for me. I'm sure we'll meet again. If you lose, you can't go back on your word. Looking at Luo Ro's back, Nian Bing smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that just after getting rid of Xue Jing, he would provoke such a big trouble. The wise girl Luo Ro wasn't as easy to deal with as Xue Jing. He really hoped that the month would end quickly so that he could leave this chaotic place. While thinking, Nian Bing walked out. The housekeeper at the door had disappeared. The soldiers were still guarding the door. He stretched his body and looked at the sky. He was really tired today. However, after returning to the Magician's Guild, he would read some books. He hadn't finished the last book of the day. When he thought of reading books, Nian Bing's interest suddenly rose. In the world of magic and books, his mind would become open and time would pass faster. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. After walking out of the courtyard, he identified the direction and walked in the direction of the Magician's Guild. After walking for a short distance, the heavenly flower token on Nian Bing's chest suddenly emitted a warm current. Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat and he immediately stopped. The heavenly flower token was a treasure. It would often give him a warning when he was in danger. Back then, when he encountered the poisonous wasps in the peach blossom forest, it was thanks to the token's timely warning that he was able to prepare magic in time to get through the danger. Without much time to hesitate, a light blue light surrounded Nian Bing's body and condensed. He rhythmically chanted an incantation while looking at the empty street in the distance. The heavenly flower token's warning was completely correct. The air current that pierced through his skin with a powerful pressure suddenly descended from the left side of the roof and rushed towards Nian Bing's position. It was a familiar red light. When he felt the air current of this attack, Nian Bing immediately knew who it was. At this time, his incantation was completed. Just as he was about to release the extremely high defensive grade 4 icicle shield, a white light suddenly lit up diagonally. The white light wasn't intense, but it was extremely fast. It arrived before the red light and blocked in front of Nian Bing. A light ding sound rang out. The sharp sound shook Nian Bing's eardrums and caused him to unconsciously retreat to the side of the wall. 2 figures, one white and one silver, landed on the ground at the same time. The silver figure was naturally the crazy woman Xue Jing that Nian Bing had imagined, but the white figure was unexpectedly Yan Feng. When Nian Bing had left earlier, Yan Feng had seemed to have gone to the washroom, so Nian Bing hadn't been able to say goodbye to him before leaving. Yan Feng raised the white dagger in its scabbard. Crazy woman, you're acting crazy here again. As a martial arts practitioner, You actually sneak attacked a magician in the dark. You don't deserve to practice martial arts at all. Xuejing's eyes were filled with fury as she looked hatefully at Nianbing. I did sneak attack, what do you care? Who are you to him that you need to save him? Get out of my way, I'm going to kill him today. Nianbing frowned slightly and said, Xuejing, I don't think there's such a deep hatred between us. Xuejing's eyes suddenly turned red. No. After what happened today, how do you expect me to raise my head in front of my sisters in the future? Let me ask you, since you're a magician, why did you come to the Breeze sect to chop firewood? Why did you lie to me? Everything you did before was just an act, right? It was all to deceive me, wasn't it? What enmity do I have with you that I need you to scheme against me like this? Nianbing hadn't expected Xuejing to take this matter so seriously. She frowned slightly and said, Xuejing, it's true that I'm a magician, but I went to the Breeze sect to chop firewood completely willingly. I have my own motives. I never wanted to lie to you, and you never asked me if I knew magic. How can this be considered lying? Can you please calm down a little? Calm down? I can't calm down. Today, in front of so many guests, most of them saw that you came with me, but you ignored me and had the first dance with Ro. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to show off to me? You despicable scoundrel, I'm going to kill you today. The red fighting spirit on the long sword in her hand shone brightly. It was obvious that she was about to attack again. Nianbing suddenly felt that it was funny. He clearly realized that Xuejing's hatred towards him was mostly due to jealousy. When he thought of the word jealousy, even he didn't find it funny. Could it be that this unruly girl who had always looked down on him actually had feelings for him? Red light exploded. The long sword in Xuejing's hand was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Nianbing's aura was ferocious. It was obvious that Xuejing had used all of her strength. A white screen of light rose from below. Crisp sounds rang out one after another. Nianbing only saw a blur in front of his eyes. Xuejing and Yanfeng were already 5 meters away from him. However, Xuejing's face was pale. The sword in her hand was only half broken. A dagger that emitted traces of cold air was placed on her slender neck. Murderous intent radiated from Yanfeng's eyes. He said coldly, Crazy girl, I don't care if you're crazy or not. However, if you want to kill my friend, then don't blame me for being merciless. Others might be wary of your father, Xueji, but I don't care. Brother Yan, please have mercy. Nianbing hurriedly shouted. He walked in front of the two. As he got closer, he saw that Xuejing's gaze was alternating between him and Yanfeng. It was as if she didn't know that there was a dagger on her neck that could take her life at any time. Tears rolled down her smooth skin. A sorrowful aura instantly filled the air. Suddenly, Nianbing saw a strange expression in Xuejing's eyes. It was despair amidst anger and sorrow. He knew that things weren't going well. His reaction was extremely fast. The moment he realized that things weren't going well, he immediately raised his hand to grab Yanfeng's dagger. Just as Nianbing had predicted, Xuejing closed her eyes and slammed into Yanfeng's dagger. Time was of the essence. Yanfeng didn't have time to react. At this critical moment, Nianbing's hand reached out and grabbed Yanfeng's dagger. Meanwhile, Xuejing slammed into the back of his hand. Fresh blood flowed down Nianbing's hand and dyed Yanfeng's dagger red. The dagger seemed to have a mind of its own as it trembled slightly, as if it was very excited. Xuejing felt that something was wrong. When she opened her eyes, she happened to see fresh blood dripping to the ground. She was stunned. Nianbing sighed softly and looked at Xuejing helplessly. Why did you do this? Can't you even handle such a small blow? Did you think about your family and friends when you slammed into the dagger? Xuejing, even though you have the nickname of a madwoman, there's a limit to your madness. Life is a gift from the heavens. Everyone only has a few decades. Cherish your life. Yanfeng's left hand tapped repeatedly and sealed the blood vessels on Nianbing's wrist. he said coldly. If she wants to die, then let her die. Why did you bother to save her? Nian Bing smiled slightly and said, Brother Yen, you're being too extreme. I've said before that life is precious. Furthermore, she was only blinded by anger. Miss Xuejing helped me before, but I've been hiding the fact that I'm a sorcerer from her. This dagger, take it as me paying her back. Miss Xuejing, from now on, I don't owe you anything. You don't owe me anything either. Please go back. Even though the blood had slowed down, it still dripped to the ground. The anger in Xuejing's eyes disappeared when she saw the blood. Instead, it was replaced by a complicated look. She bit her lower lip and retreated step by step. She threw the broken sword on the ground and turned to run. In the dark night sky, 2 strings of sparkling tears floated. Nian Bing, how are you? My frost flame dagger is very sharp. I'm afraid it's already injured your muscles and bones. What should we do? You can't take out the dagger. I'll take you to a doctor immediately. Yan Feng's eyes no longer had the cold arrogance from before. Instead, they were filled with concern. Looking at his concerned gaze, Nian Bing suddenly felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly said, Thank you for your concern, Brother Yen. Don't worry, it's not as serious as you think. Your dagger is indeed very sharp. It even cut through the ice in my hand. As he said that, he slowly opened his hand. 2 pieces of red ice fell to the ground. Even though there was a lot of blood, the wound wasn't deep. Xuejing's attack had only caused Yan Feng's frost flame dagger to cut through the ice and pierce Nian Bing's skin. The source of life. Jean, please shine your light. Bestow the healing water with the seal of life on it to relieve my pain. Water healing technique. Blue specks of light condensed on Nian Bing's hand. The specks of light surged towards his palm like strands of silk, and the bleeding stopped immediately. Under the effect of the blue specks of light, the wound that wasn't very deep was healing at a visible rate. Nian Bing smiled with satisfaction and said, Sure enough, there's a house of gold in books. I didn't read it for nothing yesterday. This level 2 water healing technique is much more useful than a level 1 healing technique. This level 2 spell was the one he saw in a water magic book in the Magician Guild yesterday. Ice magic was derived from water magic. Not only did it have the ability to control ice, it could also be considered a water magician. However, if one was only a water magician, they couldn't use ice magic. This was why ice magic had a higher status than the other 4 types of magic in the world of magic. Yan Feng praised, Magic is truly a miraculous thing. Just this healing technique is something that martial arts can't achieve. Nian Bing smiled and said, Thank you for saving me, Brother Yen. Even though magic has its advantages, martial arts also has its own specialties. Yan Feng no longer had his cold demeanor. He smiled and said, Don't mention it. Actually, I already saw that you were prepared. But as the saying goes, too much concern makes one confused. I couldn't help but make a move. That crazy woman actually wanted to kill someone over such a small matter. Nian Bing felt that something was wrong. From Yan Feng's eyes, he already saw something. He forced a smile and said, Brother Yen, I still have matters to attend to. I have to return to the Magician Guild first. Yan Feng said with some reluctance, Brother Nian, we're already friends. Can I visit you at the Magician Guild in the future? Oh, right, you can also call me by my nickname. My nickname is Chrysanthemum. Yen, Chrysanthemum. Nian Bing's whole body went cold, but he couldn't refuse Yan Feng, who just saved him. He could only resist the urge to vomit, and nodded. Of course you can, Brother Yen. Then we'll meet again someday. After he finished speaking, he slightly nodded towards Yan Feng and turned towards the direction of the Magician Guild. As he walked, he thought to himself, Xuejing, oh Xuejing, of all people you could like, you just had to like a piece of glass. Thinking to this point, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel his whole body go cold. It would be best if he didn't see this Brother Yen again in the future. As he walked towards the Magician Guild, Nian Bing's mind kept replaying Yan Feng's resentful gaze when he left. His whole body went cold. He lifted his magician's robe and realized that there was already a layer of goosebumps on his skin. No wonder that guy treated him differently when they first met. No wonder he didn't even look at a beauty like Xu Ejing. It turned out that he actually had that kind of disgusting hobby. Luckily, he noticed it early from his gaze. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he really got entangled. It was obvious that that guy's martial arts were very high. Unless he used the Sai of the Snow Goddess and the Ice and Fire magic, it would be very difficult to win against him. What's more, he didn't have any evil intentions. He simply couldn't make a move against him. Right now, he just hoped that he wouldn't come looking for him. Otherwise, if he was misunderstood by others, he really wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Azure River. Slowly walking on the street, Nian Bing's heart was very relaxed. Xu Ejing's matter was finally settled. Although it might be hard for her to accept it, at least he blocked a knife for her. No matter how crazy she was, she wouldn't hate him. The sound of hurried horse hooves suddenly sounded. Nian Bing hurriedly moved to the side. The street he was walking on wasn't very wide. If he was hit, he would be in trouble. 2 long neighs sounded, and 2 horses stopped in front of Nian Bing. He was surprised to find that the owners of the horses were actually Longling and Shurjiu. The 2 of them dismounted, and Shurjiu unhappily said, "I say, brother, why didn't you even say goodbye before leaving?" Nian Bing bitterly smiled and said, "In that kind of situation, how could I not leave?" Longling's originally gentle gaze had a bit of coldness. "Nian Bing, I need you to explain the matter with silence." Nian Bing bitterly smiled and said, "Explain? It's very easy. You should also know that she asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend and come with her to attend the meeting. Before joining the Magician's Guild, I had just arrived at Ice Snow City and was unfamiliar with the place. When I passed by Qingfeng Zhai and Changxian, I wanted to find a job to settle down. Who knew that I would be troubled by the 3rd shopkeeper of De Changxian? Xu Ejing just happened to pass by and punished the shopkeeper. She took me into Qingfeng Zhai and let me chop firewood temporarily. Maybe it's because I'm not bad-looking that she chose me to pretend to be her boyfriend." Longling was stunned and said, "It's that simple." Nian Bing shrugged and said, "It's that simple. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xu Ejing." Longling frowned and said, "Letting great magician chop firewood, what a joke. However, since silence helped you before, why did you embarrass her at the banquet today? Just because she asked you to pretend to be her boyfriend?" Nian Bing shook his head and said, "I told Luo Ro before that I only wanted to teach Xu Ejing a lesson. I can endure the humiliation she gave me, but I don't want her to go on like this forever. Such a self-righteous madwoman will one day suffer a bigger setback. Instead of that, I might as well provoke her a little. Besides, do you think my provocation to her is that strong? The one who really said that I'm a great magician is you, Ling Er." Long Ling was stunned for a moment. Thinking back carefully, Nian Bing really didn't do anything. He only cut the cake for Luo Ro and accompanied her to dance. But Xu Ejing, upon discovering Nian Bing's true identity, was furious and abruptly left the scene. Thinking of this, the light in Long Ling's eyes gradually softened. She lightly nodded and said, "If that's the case, then I really can't blame you. However, I want to know, have you ever treated Xu Ejing as a friend?" Nian Bing indifferently said, "Maybe, but I think I won't have many chances to meet her in the future. If Miss Ling Er is done with your questioning, I want to return to the guild. For a period of time, I think I won't leave the guild. If Miss Ling Er is still dissatisfied, you can come to the library to find me. Big brother Sergio, you guys ride the horses. I'll take my leave first." With that, he turned around and walked with firm steps towards the direction of the Magician's Guild. Long Ling stared blankly at Nian Bing's back and muttered, "Senior, do you think I'm biased towards silence because she's my good friend?" Nian Bing comes from a humble background. I think silence must have said something to him that provoked his self-esteem. However, I still think that Nianbing is a good person. He doesn't seem to want to hurt others and is only protecting himself. Sure, Jiu saw that Nianbing wasn't polite with his words towards Longling and was secretly happy. He agreed, yes, I think Nianbing is quite pitiful. He must have suffered a lot when he was young. Shuejing that girl is indeed too crazy. You can't just speak for her. If there's a chance in the future, you should persuade her more. You don't have to worry about Nianbing. I don't think he's the type to hold grudges. Since it's already over, let's forget about it. It's getting late, let's go back. I'll take Nianbing for a while. With that, he urged his mount and chased after Nianbing. Nianbing didn't reject Shi Jiu's invitation. He didn't care about Shuejing and Longling at all. He only thought about magic and how to increase his strength. As for other things, especially when it came to women, he didn't give it much thought. Only the bet that wisdom girl Luo Ro made before he left piqued his interest. They didn't speak on the way back. When they returned to the Union, it was already late at night. Nianbing changed into his great magician's robe and returned the fire magician's robe and the Mars staff to Longling. Then he went to the library alone. In the sea of magic books, Nianbing forgot everything. He even forgot that he should greet Feng Nu first. He didn't know how much time had passed. Anyway, when the light outside the room dimmed, the magic lamp in the library would automatically light up. Nianbing didn't read every book. He only read books related to the magic he practiced, as well as some basic knowledge of magic. These were what he needed the most, especially a book that introduced the basic method of making magic scrolls. He studied it for the longest time. Every once in a while, someone would send food in. Nianbing's mind was on the book. He didn't look at who sent it. Anyway, as long as he smelled the fragrance, he would read and eat. Time passed like this. So tired. I don't know how many days have passed. Nianbing stretched and rubbed his aching waist. He slowly stood up. He finally finished reading all the things he needed on the first floor. Relying on his photographic memory, he firmly imprinted all the things he needed in his mind. After memorizing so many things and not resting, Nianbing only felt that his head was groggy. Although he longed to sleep, he understood that in this kind of situation he had to meditate. He couldn't relax at all. Magic practice was like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. If you don't communicate with the magic elements for a long time, your magic power will gradually decline. Thinking of this, he forced himself to sit cross-legged and began to sense the magic elements outside his body. Through the ice goddess stone and the fire god stone, he helped himself to recover his spirit. When Nianbing woke up again, it was just daytime. The sunlight shone on his body through the library's window, bringing a burst of warmth. He knew that he didn't meditate for long this time. Through a deeper understanding of magic knowledge, he had a better understanding of his ice and fire magic. He faintly felt that the balance between his two magic powers was not stable. He still needed a deeper fusion to achieve the true ice and fire magic. However, he had no clue how to do it. After all, ice and fire were two extremes. Because they were rotating now, they didn't affect each other. Once he forcefully broke this balance, he was afraid that the first thing that couldn't bear it would be his own body. Not to mention a deeper fusion, whether or not he could keep his life would be a problem. It was because of this reason that although Nianbing knew that if he continued to practice, the vortex would get bigger and bigger, and the hidden danger would also increase, he really didn't dare to try. Now he only hoped that on the second, third, and fourth floor of this library, or even that mysterious fourth floor, there would be theories that could guide him. Although the hope was very slim, but more or less there was still some hope. The sound of the door opening sounded. Nianbing subconsciously looked up and saw Longling walking in with a tray. Upon seeing Nianbing awake, Longling couldn't help but exclaim, "Nianbing, you finished meditating?" Nianbing smiled and said, "Have I been in here for a long time? Are you the one who's been sending me food all this time?" Long Ling said with some dissatisfaction. You liking to read is a good thing, but you can't do it day and night like this. If it wasn't for Father telling me not to disturb you, I wouldn't have let you continue reading. You just read for 3 days and 3 nights, and then meditated for 2 days and 2 nights. I have never seen such a studious person like you. No wonder at such a young age, your magic has reached the level of a great magician. Here, eat something first. You must be hungry after meditating for 2 days. Nian Bing took the tray. There was a bowl of porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a small pile of salted vegetables. It was an ordinary thing, but at this time, seeing these food, he clearly felt that his heart was surrounded by a warm feeling. Long Ling was a good girl. He and she could barely be regarded as friends, but she actually treated him like this. This kind of kindness he had to repay. Why are you in a daze? Aren't you hungry? Long Ling gently touched Nian Bing. Ah, hungry. Of course I'm hungry. I'll eat now. Long Ling finally saw the legendary wolfing down food. 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge were completely finished in less than 30 breaths. Nian Bing was still somewhat unsatisfied as he poured all the salted vegetables into his mouth. After swallowing, he patted his stomach with satisfaction. Eating so fast, aren't you afraid of choking? Looking at Nian Bing, who looked like he hadn't eaten for several lifetimes, Long Ling couldn't help but laugh. Nian Bing handed the tray back to Long Ling and said, "Thank you. I've rested now. I think I should go to the 2nd floor to read." "What? You still want to read? Don't you want to rest for a while?" Long Ling looked at Nian Bing in surprise. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for that. There's still much more that I need to learn from the 2nd and 3rd levels. It wasn't easy to come to this treasury. I really don't want to leave." As he said that, he was about to go upstairs. Long Ling pulled Nian Bing back and said, "Wait a minute. Did you know that Silence came to find you yesterday? Also, Yan Feng was here before." Nian Bing frowned and said, "Why did they find me?" Long Ling said, "Yan Feng came when you were reading, which was the 2nd day after you came back. He looked at you at the door for a while. Seeing that you were so focused, he quietly left. Before he left, he seemed to have said that your focused look was very attractive. He also said a few strange words. I didn't understand what he meant, but it was the first time I've seen that kind of expression." Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "All right, there's no need to describe it. Oh, right, Ling, or who is this Yan Feng? It seems like no one in Ice Snow City dares to offend him. Even Luo Ro's father, the Count, doesn't dare." Long Ling said, "Him. His identity is very special. On the surface, he is the 7th son of the current Ice Moon Empire's king, which is the 7th prince. However, for some reason, he was chased out of Ice Moon City by the king. He was allowed to live in Ice Snow City and was specially given a mansion. Yan Feng doesn't seem to have any hobbies. Every day, other than practicing martial arts, he would occasionally go out for a walk. He rarely attends banquets. That day, he only attended the banquet because he had asked Ro for a favor. I feel that he seems to be very special to you. It's the first time I've seen him so concerned about someone." Nian Bing sighed and said, "It's better not to have this kind of concern. Then why did Xu Ejing come looking for me?" Long Ling said, "Silence seemed to have gotten into a fight with someone and was injured. She told me that a woman went to Clear Wind Cottage to look for you. She and that woman didn't get along and started fighting. In the end, that woman was very strong and injured her in just a few moves. Only when Uncle Snow came out and told the woman that you were no longer in Clear Wind Cottage did she agree to leave. According to Silence, that woman's strength is actually not below Uncle Snow's. She seems to have the strength of a martial artist. Silence told me to tell you that that woman broke a lot of things in Clear Wind Cottage, a total of 167 purple coins. She wants you to pay for it." Nian Bing's body trembled slightly. "Ah, could it be that she went looking for me? Damn it, how could I forget about her? Ling, I'm going out for a bit. Thank you for telling me this. Chapter 21. Needless to say, Nian Bing knew that Feng Nu was the one who had caused a ruckus at Clear Wind Study. Feng Nu must have fought with Xu Edging because he hadn't gone to Clear Wind Study and hadn't been able to find him. He was really muddle-headed, forgetting everything as soon as he started reading. Walking out of the library, Nian Bing's heart was burning with anxiety. He didn't know why, but at this moment his mind was filled with Feng Nu's graceful figure. He didn't care about shocking the world as he raised his icicle staff and chanted, "Great Ice Goddess, lend me your anger and send us to the lost shore." Blizzard. Blue light scattered from the icicle staff, and the surrounding air suddenly became much colder. The wind blew, and the snow fluttered. The fourth order blizzard gradually became more violent. Nian Bing's body and mind were completely immersed in the ice element. His body drifted with the snow, and in the midst of the blizzard he flew high into the sky. Using a snowstorm to fly a short distance, the distance one could fly depended entirely on the level of the magician. The higher the level of the magician, the further they could fly. With Nian Bing's current magic power as a great magician and his effective control over magic, it wasn't difficult for him to fly from the magic guild to the blacksmith shop with the least amount of magic power he could muster. From afar, Nian Bing could already see the smuggled ironware shop's courtyard. A ball of red light was twisting and turning in the courtyard like a red flood dragon. Although he was still far away, he could faintly feel the enormous aura contained within. Nian Bing controlled the blizzard to slowly descend towards the courtyard. As the distance gradually closed, Nian Bing discovered that the person practicing the sword was Feng Nu. This was the first time he saw Feng Nu practicing martial arts. His heart stirred, and he faintly felt that the strength of Feng Nu's Do Qi was actually not inferior to that of the divine weapon master Hua Tian. The Do Qi permeated the entire courtyard, and the dark red light brought with it scorching hot air. Although it was still 20 meters from the ground, Nian Bing could already feel the increasing heat. The snowflakes that helped him fly were melting under the heat, and he was about to lose control of his body. After all, the blizzard had a certain influence on the weather. Feng Nu was practicing her sword when she suddenly felt the surrounding air become colder, and the air currents also became stronger. She subconsciously looked up and saw a blue figure in the sky descending towards her. She was already in a bad mood, and seeing the situation, she immediately shouted, "Who's there?" Her feet moved slightly, and she grasped the godly sword of parting heaven with both hands. She abruptly took a step forward, and with her legs on her waist, belt on her back on her arms, and arm on her wrists, a red flame Do Qi rose from below as if it was splitting the heavens and earth. In the midst of a sharp whistle, the red Do Qi was like an extension of the godly sword of parting heaven, and a red blade of light that was 1 meter wide slashed towards Nian Bing. Suddenly feeling the enormous pressure from below, Nian Bing couldn't help but jump in fright. With no time to explain, in such a dangerous situation, he subconsciously took out the morning dew dagger from his chest. No, it should be called the Sigh of the Ice Goddess now. The cloth wrapped around the hilt of the dagger turned into ice powder under the effect of the enormous ice element, and the blue light suddenly flourished. Nian Bing didn't have time to chant an incantation. He grabbed a pile of paper from his chest and threw it into the sky. Under the effect of the Sigh of the Ice Goddess, the dozen or so papers actually strangely turned into an enormous ice net, an ice net that was interspersed with more than 10 ice blades. In order to prevent the Sigh of the Ice Goddess from leaking too much of the aura of the Ice Goddess stone, Nian Bing had no choice but to deliberately use his magic power to set up a small barrier around the Ice Goddess stone when he used it to draw in the magic power attached to the papers. Although this could prevent the aura of the Ice Goddess stone from leaking out, the might of the ice net was also reduced by a lot because of this. Explode! The ice blades collided with the giant flaming blade, one after another. With a loud bang, the giant flaming blade formed from Do Qi suddenly weakened a bit under the continuous impact of the ice blades. However, the ice blades were, after all, only second-rank ice magic. How could their might compare to the sky-splitting Do Qi slash that was released with Parting Heaven Godly Sword as the foundation? Although the radiance of the Do Qi had weakened a bit, it still slashed towards Nianbing. The dozen or so ice blade spells gave Nianbing enough time. He didn't dare to use the sigh of the ice goddess anymore. He took out the ice goddess stone from his chest and quickly chanted, "O mighty god of fire! Please allow me to borrow your left hand to let the flames descend upon the world, extinguishing all evil forces. Let the flames illuminate the earth, destroying all obstacles that obstruct the path ahead. Fire god's left hand." According to legend, the fire god's left hand was the weakest part of the fire god's body. Therefore, this fire magic that was similar to summoning fire elements was only at the 5th rank. If it was the fire god's right hand, although there was only a difference of 1 word, the difference in level was as much as 4 levels. The 9th rank fire god's right hand could easily destroy a large group of thousands of heavy cavalry. A huge flaming hand suddenly appeared in front of Nianbing at the same time the incantation ended. At the same time, the red Do Qi slash had also arrived in front of Nianbing. The huge flaming hand met the Do Qi slash head-on. Although the fire god's left hand was the weakest part of the fire god, it was still a part of the fire god. Although a 5th rank single target spell wasn't the limit of a great magician, it was still close to the limit. Although the fire god's left hand was extremely powerful, it was still deflected to the side by the fire god's left hand. Under Nianbing's exquisite control, the fire god's left hand opened its palm at the right time. It didn't use its magic to fight against the Do Qi slash, but instead remained in front of Nianbing. "Feng Nu, don't do it, it's me," Nianbing anxiously shouted. Feng Nu's Do Qi slash with the fire god's left hand as the foundation was too terrifying. The fire god's left hand had only touched it from the side, but it had already weakened by 1/3. If not for the fire god stone, this 5th rank spell would have been destroyed long ago. Just as Longling had said, Feng Nu's strength had definitely reached the level of a pugilist. How old was she? A pugilist was a powerful warrior on the same level as a magic shooter. Feng Nu, who was below, was already regretting when she swung her sword. She was originally practicing her swordsmanship, and when she was in the mood to practice, she just happened to find an unidentified flying object falling towards her. She subconsciously slashed with her sword. Only after she swung her sword did she realize that she did not know if it was a friend or foe. However, she had already released her Do Qi. Unless her martial arts had reached the level of perfection, how could she withdraw it? The change in the air made her extremely surprised. Although the Do Qi had left the sword, it was still connected to her spirit. She could clearly feel that in just a few blinks of an eye, there were first dozens of ice blades in the air that blocked her attack, followed by a large flaming hand that dissolved her attack. It was obvious that the opponent was a magician. A magician with such fast reaction speed was definitely not simple. Even if she did not hear Nianbing shout, she would not have continued to attack. Under the protection of the Vulcan's left hand, Nianbing slowly descended. Due to the effect of the Stone of Fire God, using this level 5 magic did not bring too much of a burden to him. He landed in front of Feng Nu with a lingering fear and said with a bitter smile, "I haven't seen you for a few days. You don't have to welcome me like this. That could have killed me." When he landed on the ground, the huge Vulcan's left hand also disappeared. With a flash of red light, the Parting Heaven sword returned to its scabbard. Feng Nu flashed and was already in front of Nianbing. She looked at him carefully before she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Who asked you to suddenly fall from the sky? Fortunately, I did not hurt you. When I was practicing my swordsmanship, I was so focused that as long as there was an external stimulus, I would immediately attack. Fortunately, I did not make a big mistake. There was a door, but you insisted on coming from above. You are really too much. Nian Bing naturally did not blame Feng Nu, seeing the concern in her eyes. He said apologetically, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Feng Nu, did you go to the Clear Wind Study? Hearing Nian Bing mention the Clear Wind Study, Feng Nu could not help but snort and said, Don't mention the Clear Wind Study. I went there to look for you. Originally, I was quite polite, but in the end, I met an unruly girl who said that you were dead. I got angry and fought with her. Her skills were not as good as her mouth. After that, if it was not for a middle-aged man from the Clear Wind Study who came to explain to me, I would have taught her a lesson that day. Nian Bing, where have you been these few days? I couldn't find you, and you didn't come to see me. Could it be that I am so annoying? Nian Bing was tongue-tied by Feng Nu's question. He hurriedly said, No, it is indeed my fault. Then, Nian Bing briefly told Feng Nu what happened a few days ago. He did not mention much about the banquet, and only briefly talked about how he joined the Magicians' Guild. So, you are now a member of the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians' Guild and a great magician. Magic is so attractive to you that you even forgot about me. Although Feng Nu said this, there was a smile on her face. Obviously, she did not really blame Nian Bing. Nian Bing said, All these years I have been practicing my culinary skills by master's side. I have always been fumbling with my magic. This time I finally found an opportunity, so I naturally put more effort into it. Feng Nu seemed to have thought of something. Oh, right, when you were blocking my attack, you seem to have used 2 types of magic. The first one was weaker, but it slowed down the speed of my Do Qi attack. The second one was stronger, but it diverted my Do Qi attack to the side. However, what I find strange is that your 2 types of magic don't seem to be of the same attribute. One is of ice, the other is of fire. When I first saw you use 2 types of magic at the same time, I thought that your magic power was very low. Because there was no one to guide you in practicing 2 types of magic, your body was not affected because your magic power was not high. But now, it seems that your 2 types of magic have reached a level that is not weak. Could it be that you are really an ice and fire dual-element magician? These 2 types of magic are polar opposites. Nian Bing was secretly shocked, although he had a good impression of Feng Nu. But when it concerned his own secret, he would not easily reveal it. He hurriedly explained, I do have ice and fire attributes, so I am able to practice these 2 types of magic at the same time. But, just like what you think, these 2 types of magic counter each other, making it difficult for me to achieve a higher level. In order to not be devoured, I can only control my magic power to a certain extent. But this is enough for me. Anyway, I am only a chef. Magic is only used to support my culinary skills. Feng Nu, I really did not expect that your martial arts skills have reached such a level. I think you should be at the level of a martial fighter. Feng Nu's eyes flashed, looking at the sheathed godly sword in her hand. She nodded her head and said, You can say so. Nian Bing, I know that you have some doubts in your heart. You want to know how I was able to achieve such power at such a young age. But I hope that you will not ask. You only need to know that I have no ill intentions towards you. When the Zhenyang saber is completed, it will also be the end of our fate. At that time, you will leave Ice Snow City. Similarly, I will also leave this smuggled ironware shop. Nian Bing looked at Feng Nu in shock. From the first time he had met Feng Nu, he had sensed a mysterious aura from Feng Nu. However, this aura was hidden very deeply, and he did not want to delve into it. At least, he believed that Feng Nu's identity as Hua Tian's disciple could not be wrong. Otherwise, she would not have been willing to help him inlay the divine firestone. But now, it seemed that things were more complicated than he had imagined. Feng Nu definitely had a lot of secrets, especially her powerful martial arts that did not match her age. Although the number of martial artists on the mainland was not as pitiful as the number of sorcerers, there were definitely not more than 1,000 of them. Every country's martial artist was someone that the royal family would try their best to rope in. For decades, although the 5 great empires were able to coexist peacefully, the battles in the dark had never stopped. And these battles were mainly displayed on 2 levels. One was the competition between martial artists, and the other was naturally the competition between sorcerers. Although these were not officially organized, the continent's #1 martial arts competition and the continent's #1 sorcerer competition were not something that any country could belittle. As long as one achieved outstanding results in the competition, even the overall strength of the entire country would be recognized by other countries. This kind of competition that did not require a fight was obviously something that every country wanted to see. And in the records of the mainland, the youngest martial artist was above 35 years old. Feng Nu's age was about the same as Nian Bing's. If news of such a young martial artist like her were to spread out, it would set off a wave in the entire mainland. Feng Nu was a little uncomfortable under Nian Bing's burning gaze. She lowered her head and said, "I went to look for you that day to tell you that the quality of the Zhengyang saber is much harder than I thought. It is definitely impossible to finish carving it in a month's time, so you'll have to wait for a longer time. Conservatively speaking, it will take at least 3 months to carve the handle completely. You are at the Sorcerer's Guild, right? After I finish carving it, I will go there to look for you. Go back and learn your magic well. After all, having some ability to protect yourself is always good for you. Actually, with your physique, if you practice martial arts, you will have some achievements in a short period of time. Magic is an ability that cannot be compared to martial arts unless it is in a war. Just like just now, if I had attacked continuously, I am afraid you would not have been able to withstand it. Of course, this is only my suggestion. If you choose to practice magic because you want to be a good chef, then it is obviously the right choice." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Feng Nu, it is because you practice fighting aura that you can feel the power of fighting aura. But I am different. I practice magic, and magic has its own mysteries. If my magic power can be compared to your fighting aura, I think your fighting aura will not be able to do anything to me. What a magician needs is only the time to chant the spell. Yes, I am unable to contend against your continuous attacks. But if I am a sorcerer, when I use level 8 magic, the power of a martial artist will not be able to contend against it. Therefore, I have always thought that the main difference between a magician and a martial artist is the distance. When a magician and a martial artist of the same level are close in distance, the martial artist will inevitably win. But when the distance is far, the magician will have enough time to chant. Then the martial artist will be in danger. Of course, the best combination is naturally the martial artist and the magician working together. The martial artist will be in front to contend against the enemy's close combatants, while the magician will be in the back to use suitable magic. This is not only a method of war, but also a method of battle. The only difference is the size of the combination. Just as you said, I am only a chef. Magic is enough for me. If I am distracted to learn martial arts, in the end, there will only be one result, and that is nothing." After listening to Nian Bing's words, Feng Nu's dark blue eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "I didn't expect that your understanding would be so thorough. Then I won't say anything more. It seems that you are not prepared to make something delicious for me to taste today." At this point, the desire in Feng Nu's eyes was obvious. She could not forget Nian Bing's cooking skills. Nian Bing helplessly spread out her hands and said, "Indeed, when I heard that you went to the Cool Breeze restaurant to look for me, I immediately rushed over and did not prepare anything. Why don't I go buy something now?" The Phoenix Maiden smiled and said, "There's no need. I'm just joking with you. Although the food you make is really delicious, I really don't want to eat too much. Otherwise, when we're separated in the future, how can other food satisfy me? Hurry up and go back to your magician's guild. Don't come back for the next few days. Do what you are supposed to do. I will try to complete the carving task in 3 months. When the time comes, I will naturally look for you. With the help of your fire magic, I think that embedding will not be too difficult." Feng Nu's understanding made Nian Bing's heart feel a trace of gratitude. When talking to her, there was no need to explain too much. The two of them often only needed to look at each other to understand what the other wanted the most at the moment. Mutual understanding would bring relaxation to the other. The feeling of relaxation increased Ling Nianbing's impression of this mysterious Feng Nu. Since coming to Ice Snow City, Nianbing had met 4 beauties. Among the 4 beauties, Feng Nu was definitely the first in terms of impression and position in her heart. Although she was a little mysterious, at least she did not have anything that Nianbing was worried about. Nianbing did not even hide the fact that she had the ability to use 2 types of magic at the same time. When she was with her, everything was so natural, as if she had taken off her invisible mask. This was the feeling that only family members would have. Feng Nu did not say anything more and sent Nianbing to the entrance of the blacksmith shop. "Okay, you can go now. This is for you. If you encounter any trouble in Ice Snow City that you can't solve, you just have to blow it, and I will definitely rush over in the shortest time possible." She took out a small flute from her bosom and handed it to Nianbing. The flute was about 3 inches long and was completely dark red. There were a few holes of different sizes on it. The hollow carving seemed to be in the shape of a phoenix. The style was simple and unadorned. Just from the luster on the surface, it was enough to prove its value. What's more, it was emitting a warm aura. "Blow it and see." Feng Nu smiled and said. Nianbing brought the flute to her mouth and gently blew. She could clearly feel that there was a sharp sound coming from the flute, but her ears could not feel it. Feng Nu proudly said, "This phoenix flute is extremely precious. Keep it well. This is my family's heirloom. I only have this one. I'm not giving it to you. I'm just lending it to you temporarily. When the Zhengyang saber is finished, you still have to return it to me. It's not that I'm stingy, but this is the only thing my mother left for me. I can't give it away casually. The sound of the phoenix flute being played can only be heard by our clan. Oh, no, only people who have undergone special training can hear it." Speaking up to here, Feng Nu remembered her mother's dying words. Her mother told her that only when she met someone she really liked, someone she could entrust her life to, then she could give this phoenix flute away. Thinking up to here, her delicate face could not help but turn red. The faint fragrance coming from the flute made Ling Nianbing's heart excited. Feng Nu, Shoo. Feng Nu put her finger on her lips. "Don't say anything. Go. We are friends. Helping each other is something we should do. Remember, we are just friends." Nianbing froze for a moment. As if cold water had been poured on his face, he suddenly woke up. Looking at Feng Nu's beautiful face, she was right. They were just friends. What's more, now was not the time to pursue feelings. Without using the blizzard again, Nianbing walked step by step back to the Magician's Guild. When he returned to the guild, lunch was already over. Along the way, he held the phoenix flute tightly. His heart was filled with Feng Nu's shadow. Perhaps it was because of love at first sight. Since coming to Ice Snow City, Nianbing's mind had always been tense. Only when he was facing Feng Nu could his tense mind relax a little. When he left Ice Snow City, he might forget Xu Edging, forget Luo Ro, and even forget the gentle Longling. However, he knew that for a long time it would be difficult for him to forget Feng Nu. Her long pink hair, her alluring figure wrapped in blue clothes, and her eyes that were as blue as the sky, all of them were deeply imprinted in his heart. "Feng Nu, oh Feng Nu, what kind of person are you?" "Clansman, you once said clansman. Could it be that you belong to a special race?" His father had once told him that at the end of the war, many races had been destroyed because of the defeat. However, some of these races had been left behind and were scattered all over the place. Because humans did not look very different from each other, it was very difficult to distinguish them. Perhaps the Phoenix Maiden was one of these lost clans. "Nianbing, you're back." A calm voice awakened Nianbing from his thoughts. He raised his head and saw Long Ji, who was wearing a green magician's robe standing not far in front of him. Nian Bing hurriedly collected his thoughts and took a few steps forward. He respectfully said, "Hello, President." Long Ji smiled and said, "It's a good thing that you like to cultivate, but you can't be too tired. If everyone in the guild could be as motivated as you, I wouldn't have to worry." Nian Bing said indifferently, "President, you're too kind." Since Nian Bing started cultivating, this is the first time I've seen so many magic books. To Nian Bing, they are the greatest treasures. How can one return empty-handed after entering a treasure trove? Just understanding these theories and knowledge will take some time. Nian Bing started late and naturally has to study harder so that her cultivation can proceed more smoothly in the future. Long Ji nodded slightly and said, "When you first entered the library, I wasn't too surprised. After all, any magician will need a suitable magic incantation. What surprised me was that the magic materials on the first floor took you several days. To be able to start from the basics is enough to prove that you are a promising talent. The first 3 floors of the library have always been in a completely open state. Continue to study. If there's anything you don't understand, try to find me. As for the matter of the cool breeze study, you don't have to worry. I have a good relationship with the master of the cool breeze study. With me stepping in for you, they won't make things difficult for you. Since you're willing to cultivate, you can continue. I heard from Ling, or that you're already preparing to enter the 2nd floor of the library to study. I've discussed it with Ling. She has been learning magic from me since she was young. Like you, she is also an ice magician. Starting from the 2nd floor of the library, let her read the materials in the library together with you. You can also compare notes with each other. Especially in the area of magic control, you can give her more pointers. You're of the same age, so it'll be easier for you to get along. Let her comprehend on her own. It'll be better than me teaching her directly." Nian Bing frowned slightly. She was a dual-element magician, so the things she needed to read were not just ice magic materials. If Long Ling was by her side, it would naturally be more troublesome. However, Long Ji was the president of the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild. Since he had already said so, she couldn't refuse. Her heart moved, and she said, "President, how about this? Let big brother Sergio study with us. It's inconvenient for a man and a woman to be alone. If we all study and discuss together, the gains should be greater. I've seen it in a book on the 1st level of the basics of magic that all types of magic are interlinked under certain circumstances. Even though big brother Sergio is practicing earth magic, if we study it together, the effect should be better." Long Ji's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He was very clear about how attractive his daughter was. He arranged for Long Ling and Nian Bing to study together in the library. Naturally, he wanted to create some opportunities for Nian Bing, but he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to give up this opportunity. Could it be that with his daughter's talent and appearance, he wasn't the least bit attractive to him? Although he thought so in his heart, he said, "You're very thoughtful. Let's do it this way. As for other things, you don't have to worry. If you need anything, just tell the servants. I'll send food to the library every day. I hope that you can have some breakthroughs in this period of time. Nian Bing, you have to remember that magic power is the key to cultivating magic. It's also the fundamental foundation for casting higher-level magic. Don't be confused by too many spells and techniques." Long Ji's simple words made Ling Nian Bing feel like she was suddenly enlightened. Yes, magic power was the real key to cultivating magic. Her ice and fire magic was different from other magic. How to truly fuse these 2 extremes of magic power together was her biggest problem. And for this problem, she could only look for it in the library. "Thank you for your guidance, President. I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation." After bowing to Long Ji, Nian Bing turned and walked towards the library. Looking at Nian Bing's back, Long Ji couldn't help but smile. When he was his age, his magic cultivation was much weaker than his. He didn't know how much more surprises he could bring him. After Sergio and Long Ling, came back that day. They reported to him about Nian Bing's situation. After confirming that Nian Bing had once chopped firewood at the Breeze sect, Long Zhi's trust in him increased by a lot. At least, this proved that Nian Bing had nothing to do with the person the ice goddess priests were looking for. In Long Zhi's eyes, Nian Bing was a genius mage who was eager to learn and improve. For such a talent, he would naturally choose to rope her in. Once again coming to the library, Nian Bing directly went to the second floor. The second floor recorded all kinds of knowledge of magic from the 3rd to the 6th level, as well as more profound explanations of magic. Memorizing ice magic incantations was what he needed the most. So the first book he chose was the Encyclopedia of Intermediate Ice Magic Incantations. Halfway through a book, Shurjiu and Longling had already climbed up the stairs. Once Shurjiu came up, he took the initiative to greet Nian Bing. "Brother, we're here." Nian Bing put down the book in her hand, smiled at the two, and said, "Brother Shurjiu, Ling Er, you guys can start reading the magic books too." Shurjiu said helplessly, "I really don't know what Master is thinking, forcing us to read the books too. We've already memorized the basics of these intermediate spells." "Nian Bing, do you have anything to recommend?" Nian Bing shrugged and said, "I've only just reached the 2nd floor. See, I'm still reading the incantations. Since the president asked you guys to come, you guys can take a look. It'll be helpful." Longling's gentle gaze fell on Nian Bing and said, "Have you gone to see Silence?" Nian Bing shook her head and said, "I don't want to see her. You know, with her temper, if she sees me, she'll just mock and ridicule me. It's better not to see her." Chapter 22. Longling sighed softly and said, "Silence may have a bad temper, but she's still a very nice person. You don't have to be prejudiced against her." Nian Bing interrupted Longling and said, "The president asked me to compare notes on the training methods of magic control with you. I want to know, how do you usually train your magic control?" Longling was stunned for a moment and said, "Naturally by casting some low-level magic and then using my spiritual energy to control it to the extent that I want it to be." "Don't tell me you don't do that?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Of course not. Actually, there's no trick to the training of magic control. The main thing is to train your spiritual energy, and if you only train your spiritual energy by controlling magic, the results won't be very good, and it won't stimulate your spiritual energy much. For example, when you control the strongest magic you can cast, it will be very difficult to get it to the extent that you want to be, and you can only use it as an attack. Logically speaking, since you can cast this magic, you should be able to control it. The reason why you can't control it isn't because your spiritual energy is insufficient, but because your spiritual energy isn't focused enough." "Focused?" Longling's eyes lit up. She was very talented in magic training, and after listening to Nian Bing's simple pointers, she immediately understood many things. She asked, "But how can I fully focus my spiritual energy? There has to be a way." "Of course." Nian Bing couldn't tell her that he had learned how to concentrate his spiritual power by chopping firewood. He said helplessly, "This varies from person to person. To put it simply, when you focus your attention on something, your spiritual power will also be concentrated. You have to go through all kinds of trials to find the most suitable training method for yourself." Longling thought for a moment and said, "I understand." She took out a small magic staff from her bosom and didn't say anything else. She walked to a corner and sat down, focusing on the gem on the staff. Nian Bing praised in her heart. Although this kind of direct observation was inferior to her own cultivation method, it was undoubtedly the most suitable for Longling. However, the cultivation of spiritual power was not something that could be completed overnight. She had also used 8 years to achieve her current achievements. Shurjiu watched as Longling sat down at the side and focused on the gemstones. He couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He didn't listen to what Nian Bing had said earlier. Now that he saw Long Ling really try according to what Nian Bing said, he couldn't help but find it funny. He sat down beside Nian Bing and whispered, "I heard Master say that he originally only wanted Ling to come to the library to cultivate with you alone. Was it you who took the initiative to call me?" Nian Bing smiled slightly and whispered, so that big brother wouldn't misunderstand, "I reckon that I'll be in the library for a long time. You can go and chase after your Ling, and I'll read my books. This is equivalent to giving you a chance to be alone with each other. How about it? We're brothers enough." Nian Bing gave him a thumbs up. The excitement in his eyes couldn't be concealed. "Good brother. If you need anything, just tell big brother. I'll definitely help you." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Not yet. Big brother, I'm going to read. I won't be able to see anything else." After saying that, he took the book and stood up. He walked to another bookshelf and continued his learning process. Jiu understood and stood up as well. He sat down beside Long Ling and looked at the gem on the staff with her. In the sea of books, time always passed very quickly. In the first few days, Jiu could still endure the loneliness and accompany Long Ling. However, his natural disposition was lazy and he wasn't very interested in magic cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be stuck in the realm of an advanced magician at the age of 30. A few days passed. Other than when they were eating, Long Ling and Nian Bing would speak a few words. The two were always in silence. This situation made Jiu very uncomfortable. On the third day, he really couldn't stand it anymore. Other than occasionally coming in to take a look, he didn't stay here for long. In any case, Nian Bing and Long Ling were like blocks of wood. Jiu now trusted Nian Bing very much. On the 7th day, he simply didn't come anymore and let the two cultivate in the library. Nian Bing held a book in one hand and quickly condensed magic with the other hand. She continuously engraved magic on a scroll. This kind of magic scroll was made from special materials. There was a layer of stone powder formed from crushed magic gems. Through the engraving of magic, magic could be stored on the scroll. Once it was needed, it could be used instantly, minus the chanting process. That day, when Nian Bing was resisting Feng Nu's attack, she threw out more than 10 pieces of paper. These were the beginner magic scrolls he learned to draw on the first floor. Level 2 magic could be drawn on ordinary paper. Magic above level 4, however, required these specialized scrolls. These white scrolls had different prices according to their quality. The cheapest one was 1 gold coin, while the most expensive one was 10 purple coins. The white scrolls themselves weren't very valuable, but if the required magic was drawn on them, then the price would immediately increase by several times. The scrolls Nian Bing was using now were the most common white scrolls that cost 1 gold coin. Although the Magicians' Guild gave members many preferential policies, the white scrolls needed to be bought by the members themselves. Nian Bing was originally just a little curious about the use of the scrolls. But at Feng Nu's place, he relied on the scrolls to save him. This made his curiosity about the scrolls soar. After memorizing the required incantations and looking at the knowledge he needed, he started to learn how to engrave and use the scrolls on the 2nd floor. He bought the white scrolls directly from the Magicians' Guild. Because he was a member of the Magicians' Guild, he could get a 20% discount. In just 2 days, Nian Bing had already used more than 90 of the 100 low-level white scrolls that he bought at one time. His half a month's salary disappeared just like that. However, his luck was also not bad. Because of his high magic control, his success rate when drawing the scrolls was much higher than the average magician. Among the 90 scrolls, there were more than 30 level 4 scrolls. There are even 6 level 5 scrolls and 2 level 6 scrolls. This was already Nian Bing's current limit. Last stroke. Ice magic suddenly condensed. Nian Bing pointed at the most crucial part of the scroll. With a whoosh, the scroll flashed with blue light and suddenly turned into a pile of ice powder. It was scrapped. Nian Bing was a little tired from overdrawing his mental strength. He helplessly leaned on the bookshelf. The success rate of this level 6 magic scroll is really low. I wasted another gold coin. It's already very good. A sweet voice came from behind. Nian Bing turned around to look. He didn't know when, but Long Ling had already come to his side. Squatting down, Long Ling looked at the completed scrolls on the ground. She couldn't help but smile. If every magician had your high success rate, then our Magicians' Guild would have become the richest organization in the continent. Nian Bing was surprised. The book only says that the success rate of drawing a magic scroll is related to the magician's magic power, magic control, understanding of magic, and the quality of the scroll. It doesn't say what the success rate is. Ling, is my success rate really that high? Long Ling smiled. Of course it's very high. Generally speaking, magicians can only draw scrolls that are 2 levels lower than the highest level of magic they can use. The success rate is generally around 1 to 5%. A good white scroll can't increase the magic power of the scroll. It can only increase the success rate when drawing the scroll. Using the most expensive scrolls, the success rate is only 20%. In addition, those scrolls are small and easy to carry. That's why the price is so high. So a successful magic scroll, even if it's only at the 4th level, its value is very high. Like your 4th level blizzard, it's worth at least 50 to 100 gold coins. You used a total of 100 scrolls and produced more than 34th level ice magic scrolls. In other words, you can get at least 10 times the profit of the original scrolls. Tell me, don't you think you've struck it rich? Not to mention, you even used this most common of white scrolls to create several Tier 5 and Tier 6 magic scrolls. Tier 6 magic scrolls should be the highest rank you can reach. To be able to create such a scroll, even my father wouldn't be able to do it. For every higher level of magic, the price of a scroll is calculated by 5 times. In other words, these 5th level scrolls of yours can be sold for several tens of purple gold coins. As for the 6th level scrolls, they can be sold for a high price of 200 purple gold coins. Hearing Long Ling's words, Nian Bing couldn't help but smile and said, Then, don't you think I've struck it rich? Hee, Ling, how did you know I made 5th and 6th level scrolls? Long Ling's charming face reddened and said, I've been paying attention to you since you started making scrolls. Making scrolls is relatively dangerous. I don't want you to destroy the library. I really didn't expect that your magic control is so much stronger than I imagined. I'm afraid that ordinary magic shooters are not as good as you. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to make a scroll? Nian Bing smiled and said, I have no use for so many scrolls. If you like, I'll give you a few. You can choose as you wish. Unfortunately, my magic power is not enough. Otherwise, I'd really make high-level scrolls to use. With scrolls, when I meet an enemy, I'll throw them. Even if it's a high-level warrior, I'm afraid they won't be very comfortable. Long Ling laughed and said, Are you okay? You have to know that throwing scrolls is equivalent to throwing money. Speaking of scrolls, I remember. Last time, Uncle Li Hua was caught by your blizzard because of a moment of carelessness. In order to not lose face, he used a 7th level magic scroll. It was with my father's help that he was able to draw it in front of him. If it was sold outside, it could be sold for at least 3,000 purple gold coins. After you left, you don't know how distressed he was. The cost of that scroll alone cost him more than 200 purple gold coins. Nian Bing stared blankly at Long Ling and said, Are magic scrolls really that valuable? Long Ling looked at Nian Bing as if she was looking at a monster. Now, I truly believe that you have never formally studied magic before. Not only are magic scrolls valuable, but they have always been priceless. Magic scrolls above the 6th level are worth 10 times more. You have to know that a 7th level magic scroll can easily destroy a defenseless city gate. An 8th level magic scroll can instantly destroy 1,000 soldiers. When it comes to the 9th level, the magic power released by a scroll can almost destroy an entire army of 10,000. Think about it. How much money does it cost to build an army of 10,000? Depending on the magic, an 8th level magic scroll is worth at least 10,000 purple gold coins and above. An 8th level magic scroll with a large area of effect attack costs 50,000 purple gold coins. As for 9th level magic scrolls, they basically have no price. Moreover, they haven't appeared in a long time. My father can cast a 10th level magic spell after chanting for a long time. He once tried to make a 9th level magic scroll, but he never succeeded. In this regard, he has already spent several thousand purple gold coins to buy a blank scroll. Hearing Long Ling's words, Nian Bing suddenly understood why magic scrolls were so valuable. The main reason was that any magic scroll, even if it was only in the hands of a beginner mage, could display the magic power of the scroll. In this way, as long as there was money, a beginner mage could even contend with a high mage if he had dozens of magic scrolls on him. This was the advantage of magic scrolls. However, according to Long Ling's words, the magic scrolls she made could be sold for a lot of money. When she needed money in the future, she could just make some. It's a pity that my magic power is still low. The highest I can make is the 6th level. I also can't use so many magic scrolls. Ling, can you see if the president can help me sell some? Long Ling smiled and said, sell? Father wouldn't be willing to sell so many magic scrolls when he saw them. He will definitely keep them for himself. As a magician's guild, the magic scrolls stored a lot. In a battle between magicians, or in a war, the guild's fighting strength can be greatly increased. Even if it's only a 4th level magic scroll, there are still benefits to having a large collection. Now, there are very few people in the guild who make magic scrolls like you. After all, the success rate of making magic scrolls is too low. In order to increase the success rate, everyone generally uses better blank scrolls, which costs a lot. How about this? I promise you on behalf of my father, as long as you need it, the guild will provide you with all the resources free of charge. But the magic scrolls you make, you have to sell them to the guild at half the market price. You can keep as many as you want. I estimate that with your current magic control, if you use the best blank scrolls to make a 4th level magic scroll, the success rate can reach more than 80%. I suggest that you make more high-level magic scrolls. That way, you can train even more. If you make magic scrolls for a long time, it will have a great effect on your magic control. But for someone like me, whose success rate is almost 0, I can't afford to use this expensive method. Nian Bing roughly understood the preciousness of magic scrolls. He smiled and said, I accept your proposal. In any case, the resources I use are all provided by the guild. If I don't have the materials in the library, I can't make magic scrolls. How about this? All the magic scrolls I make, except for the ones I need, will be contributed to the guild. I don't want a single cent. However, I hope that the guild can give me the authority. If I need money, I hope that the guild can provide a limited amount. Is this okay? Long Ling froze for a moment. I didn't hear wrong? You don't want money? Nian Bing smiled and said, What use do I have for so much money? It's too troublesome to carry it with me. Besides, my expenses aren't that big. Long Ling cheered. She suddenly hugged Nian Bing and kissed him on the cheek. That's great. That's really great. Nian Bing, did you know that because of the existence of the Ice God Tower, our Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild has never had the slightest status on the continent? Not only are there few magic experts in the guild, our reserves are also much smaller than the other Empire's guilds. In the eyes of the Ice Moon Empire's royal family, only the Ice God Tower is the symbol of the Empire's magic. We are nothing at all. Therefore, the funds allocated to us are pitifully small. Dad has always been worried about this. I really don't know what kind of monster you are. You should know that even if Dad makes these low-level magic scrolls, his success rate is far lower than yours. At least half of the guild's expenses are maintained by Dad's magic scrolls. Nian Bing touched the place where Long Ling had kissed him and said in surprise, "No way, an empire's magicians guild actually needs to be maintained like this." Long Ling said sadly, "That's the truth. Our guild is different from the other empire's guilds. Other empires' guilds have the support of the entire empire behind them. We used to have that support as well, but as the Ice God Tower's influence grew, the guild was less and less recognized by the empire's royal family. The funds allocated to us are pitifully small. Even now, it's just a token. Nian Bing, with you making magic scrolls in the future, the entire guild will improve." "That's really great. Thank you so much. Dad will finally not have to work so hard anymore. Did you know? Dad is just in his 50s, but Uncle Snow, Silence's father, is already in his 60s. In terms of cultivation, Dad is obviously much stronger than Uncle Snow, but because of the long years of hard work, he looks even older than Uncle Snow." "Nian Bing, thank you. You are the guild's hope. You can continue reading. I'm going to tell Dad this good news. Can I take a few of your scrolls with me?" Nian Bing smiled and replied, "Of course you can. Please go ahead." He had known Long Ling for quite some time now, but this was the first time he had seen Long Ling so excited. Of course, this wasn't just for the guild, but more importantly for her father. Long Ling happily picked up a few scrolls from the ground and ran out without even looking at what level they were. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared down the stairs. Nian Bing looked at her back as she left. Feeling the warmth on his face, he muttered to himself, "What a cute girl! So scrolls are such a good thing. I'll leave the normal ones for the guild and use the higher level ones for myself. The more scrolls I collect, the easier it will be to travel the continent in the future." He didn't continue making magic scrolls. 10 days had passed, and he had basically finished reading all the knowledge he needed for the second level. There was only one book he was interested in left. As long as he finished this book, he would be able to enter the third level and learn more about magic. He picked up the book he had found a long time ago from the pile of scrolls and slowly flipped it open. The name of the book was The Basics of Magic Formations. A magic array was a method of connecting with the magical elements in the world through special symbols and magical waves, and using them in a reasonable manner. Under certain circumstances, magic formations were something that every magician had to understand. This was especially true for high-level magicians. This was because only by using magic formations properly, a magician could fully display their abilities and use the least amount of energy to release the most powerful magic. After reading this section, Nian Bing's interest was immediately piqued. The reason why he chose this book was because of the creation of magic scrolls. Because the drawing method of those magic scrolls was actually based on magic formations. Since this was the case, if he could understand more about magic formations, he might be able to create his own special magic scrolls. That way, the power would be limitless. Magic formations were very profound knowledge. Even with Nian Bing's intelligence, when he saw those complicated symbols one after another, as well as the connections and various functions of these symbols, he couldn't help but feel a little lost. There were not many magic symbols, only 100 or so. Each of them had its own function. However, when a magic symbol was combined with another magic symbol to form a new one, there would be a huge change in their function. These changes were what gave Nian Bing a headache. More than 100 symbols. When they were combined, then the new symbols would definitely increase exponentially. Under such circumstances, how could he remember all of them? The thick book had more than 1,000 pages. Nian Bing was attracted by the magic formation and was quickly immersed in it. At this moment, he had even forgotten that he was still a chef. The mystery of magic had deeply intoxicated him. Magic was indeed a mysterious thing. The connotation it had was far more than what the outside world knew. "Nian Bing, can you stop for a moment?" A gentle voice awakened Nian Bing from a state of studying magic formations. He looked up and didn't know when, but the Union President Long Ji and Long Ling had appeared beside him. He quickly stood up and said somewhat awkwardly, I'm sorry, President. I was too engrossed. Long Ji smiled and said, It's okay. This is very good. I've already heard about you from Ling. Now, can you make a magic scroll for me to see? I really don't understand. Although your magic power is not weak, compared to mine, there is still a big gap. Why is your success rate so high when making magic scrolls? Nian Bing helplessly shrugged and said, I don't really understand this question. Then I'll make one. You are the authority in the magic world. Perhaps you can find the key to the problem. Unfortunately, I've already used up all my white scrolls. It's okay. I have some here. As he said that, Long Ji took out a small scroll and handed it to Nian Bing. He smiled and said, This is the most expensive white scroll. It costs 10 purple coins. It can increase your success rate when making magic scrolls. Give it a try. Nian Bing immediately felt something different when he held the 3-inch long scroll in his hand. Dense magical elements spread across the scroll as he opened it carefully. There was a layer of sparkling luster on the surface of the white paper. This was something that his white scrolls, which cost only 1 gold coin, could not compare to. Nian Bing didn't hesitate. His dedication to magic made him immediately move. With a wave of his right hand, the surrounding air suddenly became cold. He didn't immediately inscribe the magic array on the scroll. Just like when he was chopping firewood, he carefully observed the 10 purple coin scroll in front of him. His eyes flashed continuously, searching for a gap in the energy fluctuation. Finally, after a few breaths of observation, Nian Bing's right hand moved. His wrist seemed to be broken as it rapidly transformed on the scroll. Streams of magic condensed from ice elements continuously inscribed on the small scroll. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly. A 5th-step ice wall spell was completed in a few blinks of an eye. When Nian Bing's finger finally touched the scroll, a circle of blue light scattered in all directions. When the light reached its largest halo, it suddenly disappeared. A 5th-step scroll was completed just like that. Long Ji sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens! Are you drawing a scroll? Nian Bing woke up from his immersion. Raising his head, he looked at Long Ji and said with a smile, Guild leader, this kind of white scroll is really good. The one I used before, I'm afraid only 1 out of 10 would succeed. Look, this ice wall spell scroll is not bad. Long Ji smiled bitterly. Nian Bing, fortunately, I'm not so old that my eyesight is blurred. No wonder you have such a high success rate. Did you know? I need at least 2 hours to draw a scroll, but you only used a few breaths of time. This is the difference. I think you haven't been in contact with magic scrolls for a long time, so why are you so fast when drawing? Don't tell me you're not afraid of making a mistake. You have to know that the magic array on a magic scroll has very strict requirements. Even if there's only 1 mistake, the whole scroll will be ruined. When Ling told me you've already drawn 100 scrolls, I didn't dare to believe it. Now it seems that you really are a magic genius. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, I told Ling that when practicing magic, if you want to make your magic control more accurate and powerful, then the best way is to concentrate. Before I draw a scroll, I first go through the magic array's shape in my mind. Through observing the white scroll, I find the best place to start and directly merge with the magic aura of the white scroll. This way, I can naturally succeed in one go. When your mental power is completely concentrated, there's no way to make a mistake with the scroll. Even if I used those white scrolls before, it was only because my magic power wasn't connected at the crucial moment. Of course, he couldn't tell Long Ji that because of his many years of practice, his right hand's accuracy was very high, so he could draw with such confidence. Even if Long Ji wanted to draw a good scroll, he probably wouldn't waste 8 years cutting vegetables or chopping firewood. Long Ji looked up at the sky and sighed, Genius, genius. Nian Bing, the best thing I did in my life was to marry Ling Er's mother. The second thing I did, I'm afraid, is to accept you into the union. I announce that from now on, You are officially an elder of the Union. You will enjoy all the same rights as the other elders. As long as you need, you can use your special badge to withdraw all the funds that the branch has from any branch of the Union. Nian Bing had already guessed that Long Ji would say this. After all, magic scrolls were too important for a union, especially for a union like the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Union. They needed people like her the most, so it would be strange if he didn't try to rope her in. Since that's the case, Nian Bing will be impolite to refuse. President, I also want to make one thing clear. From now on, all the scrolls that I make, except for the ones that I need, will belong to the Union. I only hope that the Union can provide me with some high-quality white scrolls. This way, my success rate will be higher. Unfortunately, my magic power is still weak. If I can make some 7th or 8th rank scrolls, it will be more beneficial to the Union. Long Ji smiled slightly and said, "There's plenty of time. The cultivation of magic power can't be rushed. You also don't need to be in a hurry to make scrolls. Learn what you need first. Don't worry, as long as you need it, the Union will provide you with the highest quality white scrolls. Of course, I also hope that you can make some 5th or 6th rank scrolls." Nian Bing thought to herself, with the specialty of making magic scrolls, she could be considered to have a firm foothold in the Union. It was a pity that the strength of the Magicians' Union was too far away from the Ice God Tower. Otherwise, she only needed to instigate a little more, and maybe she could cause a struggle between the Union and the Ice God Tower. Even if it was only in the dark, it would be very beneficial for her future operations. Long Ji was in a good mood. He originally wanted to invite Nian Bing to have a meal together at the Breeze House, but Nian Bing declined with the excuse that she needed to continue learning magic arrays. Indeed, for Nian Bing, there was nothing more important than learning magic arrays. This was because, in the detailed explanation of magic arrays, she saw something that was extremely beneficial to her cultivation of the same origin of ice and fire. Time passed day by day, and the book on magic arrays had reached 1,000 pages. It took Nian Bing 7 days to finish reading it. She didn't just read it, but spent more time on understanding it. She didn't study the changes that occurred after the symbols were fused. Instead, she completely understood the special characteristics of each of the more than 100 symbols. This was because she suddenly realized that although the fused symbols were alive, the more than 100 basic symbols were dead. The characteristics of the fused symbols were the changes that occurred under the influence of these basic symbols. Therefore, as long as she could completely understand these basic symbols and understand some of the changes, it would be equivalent to understanding all the basic knowledge of magic arrays. Chapter 23. When Nian Bing closed the book, he once again recalled what Cha Ji had said. 10 years to practice cooking. 10 years to understand cooking. Yes, this sentence could also be applied to any field. The word understand had enlightened him in the study of magic arrays. Perhaps an ordinary person's 10 years of research would not be as good as his enlightenment. Long Ling continued to accompany Nian Bing by his side, continuing to cultivate her spiritual power according to the method Nian Bing had taught her. However, the cultivation now was not as focused as it was at the beginning. Long Ji had given her a very important task, which was to take care of Nian Bing's daily life and satisfy all his needs. Therefore, every once in a while, she would look at Nian Bing. "Are you done reading?" Long Ling raised her head and looked at Nian Bing, who had stood up. Nian Bing smiled and nodded, saying, "I think we can go to the 3rd level now. Although I am still unable to apply the knowledge there, I hope to learn something special from it. If I can apply it to magic scrolls, then the scrolls I make will have some special characteristics that other scrolls don't have." Long Ling heard something from Nian Bing's words. "You mean you can improve magic scrolls? But the method of making magic scrolls has been passed down for thousands of years, and no one has been able to change it." Nian Bing chuckled and said, "That's because our predecessors lacked the will to innovate. I think I should be able to do it. Even though I've just started, I'm sure I'll succeed as long as I'm given some time to research." Through his understanding of magic arrays, he had already understood many things. Application and understanding were two completely different things. Now, even if he did not look at the method of making magic scrolls, he could imagine the accurate drawing and making principles of higher-level magic scrolls. This was all thanks to the word understand. Seeing that Longling seemed to have some doubts about him, Nianbing bent down and picked up a piece of paper from the ground. Yes, a piece of paper with magic symbols drawn on it. He handed the paper to Longling and said, "What can you tell from this?" Longling took the paper and saw some simple symbols drawn on it. She frowned and said, "This seems to be a scroll drawing method. However, from the looks of it, this should be a second-tier scroll. What's the point?" Nianbing smiled faintly. "You're right. This is a scroll, a basic magic scroll. However, there's one thing you're wrong about. This isn't a Tier 2 magic scroll, but a Tier 1 one. Don't be surprised. As a Tier 1 magic scroll, it appeared to be somewhat complicated. However, there was a reason for its complexity. Watch." With that, he took the scroll from Longling's hand and waved it. Under the stimulation of the light blue ice magic, the white paper disappeared in an instant, and an icicle appeared in the air and suddenly shot towards Longling. This kind of Tier 1 magic attack naturally wouldn't cause any harm to Longling. Longling raised her hand and also sent out an icicle to meet the attack. According to common sense, the two icicles should collide and turn into a ball of ice powder. However, how could the things that Nianbing did be judged by common sense? The two icicles suddenly collided, and ice powder was indeed produced. However, just when Longling thought that it was over, an ice blade suddenly shot out from the ball of ice powder. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of her. Longling cried out in alarm. At this time, she already didn't have time to use magic. She could only lower her head and try to dodge. Nianbing smiled and waved his hand. The ice blade drew an arc and fell into his hand. "How is it? Do you understand?" Longling looked at Nianbing and gradually woke up from her shock. This is... Nianbing smiled and said, "This is the result of my research." "That's right. On the surface, it looks like a Tier 1 scroll. However, this scroll contains two spells, Icicle and Ice Blade. One is a Tier 1 spell, while the other is a Tier 2 spell. If you're bewitched by the Tier 1 Icicle, you'll definitely be injured by the Tier 2 spell that follows. I'm only using this to prove a theory to you. Although the things left behind by our predecessors are precious, if we don't have better innovations, we can only remain at the level of our predecessors. What I'm going to tell you is that I've researched a method to create multiple spells in one scroll. Although it's not mature yet, imagine if I can combine a Tier 5 and a Tier 6 magic into a single scroll. Then, in a confrontation with a mage, the power it can display can even destroy a magic shooter." Longling stared at Nianbing with wide eyes. She really couldn't understand what this young man's brain was made of. In more than 1,000 years, this was the first time someone had so boldly proposed such an idea. This was the first time this kind of research had appeared. Although Nianbing was only a great mage, his achievements were definitely not inferior to that of a grand mage. As long as his research was successful, then the Ice Moon Empire's magic guild's position on the continent would definitely improve greatly. "Nianbing, how did you do it?" "You actually succeeded." Longling looked at Nianbing with a different gaze. After all, no matter what kind of woman she was, she would always be attracted by a man with achievements. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "Actually, this is nothing. Let's go. We should go to the 3rd floor. After I've perfected this research, I'll teach you some methods of making fusion scrolls. Unfortunately, this kind of scroll is very difficult to make. It's even more difficult than ordinary scrolls. Even for me, I've only succeeded in making the one you saw just now. The higher the level, the greater the amount of spiritual force and magic power needed to support it. However, I still feel that there should be some mysteries behind it. Right now, I'm just forcing two magic scrolls into a single scroll. If I can combine them organically, then the effect will definitely be completely different. You can put away the scrolls on the ground and give them to your father. These days, I've only made 10 Tier 5 scrolls and 4 Tier 6 scrolls. On the third floor, I think I still need to do some more research on magic arrays. Only when I have a better method, then I'll continue to make fusion scrolls. As he said this, he walked towards the third floor of the library. Nian Bing naturally wouldn't say all the thoughts in his heart. In fact, he could already make fusion scrolls of higher level. He used blank paper to try out all kinds of fusion scrolls. Although the power of the magic was different, the principle was the same. As long as he could succeed in low-level magic, then high-level magic would definitely succeed. Nian Bing's figure disappeared at the corner of the stairs. Long Ling sat down on the ground in disappointment. Looking at the bookshelves in front of her, she muttered to herself, Why can he see living things from these dead books, and why can't I? What magic genius! In front of him, I'm just a child. She faintly felt that in the near future, Nian Bing would inevitably cause a great shock in the magic world. At that time, he would be an immortal existence in the magic world, and she would be the first person to witness the emergence of this existence. Nian Bing's research was extremely difficult. Since he entered the library again, he hadn't left for nearly a month. When he was tired, he would use meditation to rest. Once his spirit recovered, he would immediately continue his research and study. The amount of magic knowledge collected on the third floor was much more than he imagined. Nian Bing first memorized all the incantations in his mind. Then he began to study magic arrays. The production of magic scrolls was secondary. After all, magic scrolls were external objects. No matter how many magic scrolls he made, there would be a day when they would be used up. It was far from being comparable to his own strength. Magic scrolls, in fact, were only used by those weak people. The real strong people didn't care about them. The reason why he was so diligent in his research was because magic arrays might be the key to unlocking the mystery of the same origin of ice and fire. The mystery of the same origin of ice and fire was Nian Bing's greatest interest. The research continued. Nian Bing didn't know that in order to support his research, Long Ji had ordered the entire library to be sealed. Other than Ling, who could bring him food and take care of his daily life, no one else was allowed to enter. This order was issued after Long Ji learned that Nian Bing had researched magic fusion. At the same time, he also made up his mind to keep Nian Bing in the Magic Union at all costs. It wasn't to keep him in the Magic Union, but to keep his heart. Only by keeping his heart would the Magic Union of the Ice Moon Empire become stronger. The third floor of the library was obviously different from the first and second floors. The first and second floors had dozens of large bookshelves, but the third floor only had 4. Each bookshelf had no more than 100 books, and most of the books were already very old. Magic incantations of various elements, from the 6th grade large-scale magic to the 9th grade single-target magic, were available. Although he couldn't use them now, he still carefully memorized them. Nian Bing. Long Ling's voice sounded, waking Nian Bing up from his research. Even he didn't know how many days it had been on the third floor of the library. Ling, what's the matter? You seem to have come less these days. Nian Bing put down the book in his hand and said with a smile. Long Ling smiled and said, It's not that I've come less often. It's just that you've been too focused and haven't paid attention to me. Nian Bing smiled a bit awkwardly, perhaps. Ever since I entered the library, I've indeed paid less attention to other matters. Ling, are you looking for me for something? He knew that if it wasn't something special, Long Ling wouldn't have interrupted him. Long Ling smiled and said, Of course there's something. Someone came to the Magic Union to look for you. Do you want to see him? Nian Bing was stunned. Looking for me? Who is it? Could it be Xuejing or Feng Nu? It couldn't be that guy Yan Feng, right? Long Ling saw Nian Bing's strange expression and said with a smile, Don't worry, it's not Yan Feng. Although he came later, he was sent away by father with the reason that you were in closed-door meditation. After that, he didn't come again. So it turns out that a man being beautiful is also a kind of trouble, hee. Nian Bing said, unhappily, don't use the word beautiful to describe me. Of course, if you want to use handsome, elegant, and so on, I won't object. Long Ling and Nian Bing stuck out their tongues. You wish. It's Ro, or who came to look for you. I don't know what she wants. Luo Ro. It was only then that Nian Bing remembered the intelligent beauty. He seemed to have made a bet with her. It seemed like he had been in the library for a month. Since it's the beautiful and intelligent girl who came to visit, how could I not see her? Nian Bing didn't think that he had left any clues. The intelligent girl shouldn't have discovered his true identity. Long Ling glared at Nian Bing. Her eyes seemed to have some hidden bitterness. Rower is already engaged. You don't have a chance. Nian Bing laughed and said, quickly invite her in. Don't worry. How could a small person like me have any improper thoughts? Are you really a small person? A trace of doubt arose in the dragon spirit's heart, but it didn't say anything. It turned around and left. After a while, when the sound of footsteps sounded again, Luo Ro, who was wearing a plain white dress, had already followed the dragon spirit over. Her white clothes set off her long blue hair, as well as her eyes filled with wisdom. Looking at her, it made people feel a trace of purity from the bottom of their hearts. Compared to the other day's dress, the current Luo Ro had a different kind of elegant beauty. When Luo Ro saw Nian Bing, she couldn't help but be stunned. She turned to Long Ling and asked, Ling, is he Nian Bing? Long Ling smiled and said, isn't that him? We haven't seen each other for a month, and you don't recognize him? Nian Bing subconsciously looked at himself and realized that his magic robe was already full of wrinkles. He also smelled bad. He touched his face and realized that his beard had grown a lot. It was no wonder that Luo Ro couldn't recognize him. Once he started learning magic, he really forgot everything. He said awkwardly, I'm sorry, Miss Luo Ro. I've made a fool of myself. Do I look very dispirited like this? Luo Ro covered her mouth and laughed, a little haggard. It seems that you've been working very hard recently. Long Ling said, it's not that he's working very hard. It's that he's working too hard. I don't understand why he's working so hard. If this continues, I'm afraid his body will collapse. But he doesn't listen to anyone. It's as if those magic books are his wife. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, don't be so sarcastic. I'll go clean up now. Is that not enough? Luo Ro smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you clean up. You should still remember our agreement. Nian Bing frowned and said, you really found something? Luo Ro said proudly, of course, even if I didn't find anything. Wise girl is someone who keeps her promise. Let's talk alone. Ling, I'm sorry, but I have to talk to him alone. If it was Xuejing, she might really ask about it. However, Long Ling was different. Her gentle nature made her nod and said, then let's not talk here. Nian Bing, let's go to your dorm. You really should clean yourself up. Oh, that's right. Father originally wanted to change your room to the elders, but you've been here all this time, so I didn't change it. Let's talk about it after you finish your research in the library. Nian Bing smiled and said, it doesn't matter. These are all external matters. Miss Luo Ro, this way, please. Nian Bing brought Luo Ro out of the library for the first time in a month. Long Ling didn't follow. She only said a few words and left. Although she hadn't been back to the dorm for a while, it was still so refreshing. Nian Bing subconsciously looked at the magic imprint she left behind. The things she hid were untouched. She invited Luo Ro into the room and said, take a seat first. I'll go clean up. What did it feel like to not bathe for a month? Nian Bing finally experienced it. This cleaning process took a full 2 hours. When his whole body was refreshed, he secretly swore that he would never embarrass himself like this again. No one would be happy to be embarrassed in front of beauties. Nian Bing skillfully shaved off the beard on his face with the morning dew dagger. He changed into his original coarse cloth clothes and walked out of the bathroom. After waiting for 2 hours, Luo Ro did not show any signs of impatience. When she saw Nian Bing, she could not help but reveal a sliver of surprise in her eyes. Although Nian Bing was wearing ordinary clothes made of coarse cloth, he still looked as handsome as ever. His face was a little pale, clearly due to the exhaustion he had been through recently. His body gave off the fragrance of a bath, and his golden hair was combed behind his head. Compared to before, he looked like a completely different person. Although Nian Bing did not practice martial skills, his slender figure, broad shoulders, and broad back, combined with his extraordinarily handsome face, gave him quite a bit of lethality. Even Luo Ro, who had always been confident in her determination, could not help but tremble slightly. Nian Bing walked to the sofa beside Luo Ro and sat down. He let out a long breath and said, "So comfortable. Miss Luo Ro, you can say what you want now. If you're here to admit defeat, then can I ask you for one thing?" Although Luo Ro slightly lost her composure, she quickly recovered. She smiled and said, "No, I'm here to collect the fruits of victory that I deserve." Nian Bing leaned on the armrest of the sofa and looked at Luo Ro calmly. He made a gesture of invitation and said, "I'd like to hear what our wise woman has found." Luo Ro smiled confidently. She stood up and walked to the center of the room. She stopped and turned her back to Nian Bing, said, "Is the demon killer good enough?" Hearing the words demon killer, Nian Bing almost jumped up from the sofa. His heart beat rapidly. Although he had always thought highly of Luo Ro, he didn't expect that she could find out about this. After a few seconds of silence, he tried to calm down. "Why?" Luo Ro turned around and looked at Nian Bing with a smile. Her eyes were shining with wisdom. "There are many reasons. I have to admit that you're the strongest opponent I've ever met. You can still keep calm in this situation, which proves that you're not a simple person. I didn't expect you to be an assassin, but when I learned that you were often not in the woodshed at night, I became suspicious. After a bold guess and careful analysis, I'm almost certain that you're the demon killer who killed Liao San." At this moment, Nian Bing calmed down because he realized that even if Luo Ro had guessed everything, the fact that she had come to find him alone meant that she hadn't spread the news. This was enough. At least he still had some leeway. "Please continue." Luo Ro smiled and said, "First of all, I asked Jing Jing, and she told me in detail how she met you. The reason you met was because of Liao San, right? Moreover, Liao San once severely humiliated you. That's the source of your hatred." Nian Bing smiled. Liao San was known as a mangy dog. There are many people who have a grudge against him, and even more people who hate him more than I do. Just based on this, you can say that I am the demon killer envoy? That's a little too arbitrary. Luo Ro smiled. Of course it's not just that. I'm afraid you don't have any alibi on the night of Liao San's death. I've asked Jing Jing and Ling. At that time, you didn't appear anywhere in the Cool Breeze study or the Magician's Guild. To be more precise, you must have attacked Liao San after leaving the Magus Guild and before returning to Breeze Cottage. Furthermore, according to my investigation, the real cause of Liao San's death was ice magic. When the Ice Goddess Priestess investigated all the ice magi in the Magus Guild, they all said that they were somewhere else at the time. I heard from Ling, that your control over magic is extremely strong, and you have the strength of a great ice magus. Only you can kill Liao San. Combining these points and my intuition, I'm very certain that you're the demon killer who killed Liao San. Of course, you might have a companion who specializes in fire magic, but I can't find out who he is." Nian Bing smiled. "A wise woman isn't a god. Don't you think your reasons are far-fetched? It's more of your subjective opinion than anything else. You can't prove that I'm the demon killer with just these reasons. Otherwise, President Long would have found out as well. He would have come to settle the score with me already. Luo Ro looked at the stubborn Nianbing and couldn't help but reveal a trace of hesitation in her eyes. That's right. These are just my guesses. I don't have any witnesses or evidence. However, my intuition tells me that the person is you. Nianbing smiled. I have to admit that Miss Luo Ro is very smart. However, you've already lost our bet. Luo Ro frowned. Don't tell me you don't want to admit that you're the demon killer? Don't worry. Liao Sen isn't a good person. Even if you admit that you're the demon killer, I won't do anything to you. I won't tell anyone about this. Nianbing shook her head. I've never worried about this. First of all, I trust Miss Wise Woman. Secondly, even if you tell anyone, no one will believe you. Even if President Long Ji knows that you're telling the truth, he'll still exonerate me. Before you came to find me, Ling should have told you how important I am to the Union. To be honest, although your guesses lack evidence, they're correct. Yes, I'm the demon killer who killed Liao San. I never leave any traces behind. Although you've guessed it, there's no way you can prove it. Luo Ro smiled. Her charming face shone with a dazzling radiance. Good. It's really you. Now that you've admitted it, shouldn't we consider how you're going to fulfill your end of the bet? Nianbing also smiled. No, of course not. I've said it before. Although you've guessed it, you've still lost the bet. Luo Ro's expression changed. What do you mean? Just because I don't have any evidence, you're saying that I've lost? Our bet was to guess your profession. I've already guessed it. As a man, you won't go back on your word, will you? Nianbing laughed. What a joke. Even if I'm not a good person, I won't go back on my word. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. I understand the principle of accepting a loss. The reason why I said you've lost is because you've guessed my profession wrong. Being an assassin isn't my true profession. It's just that I didn't like that Liao San. Of course, I'm not a magician either. Luo Ro was completely stunned. From Nianbing's eyes, she could see that Nianbing wasn't lying. His huge confidence couldn't be faked. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If you weren't a professional magician or assassin, how could you have your current achievements? You're the youngest great magician. Nianbing's eyes shone with a terrifying radiance. He said indifferently, It's time to settle some things. Miss Luo Ro, I'll use my actions to tell you what my true profession is. Please come with me. Saying that, he turned around and wanted to walk towards the door. Just as he walked to the door, there was a knock. Nianbing opened the door and saw Longling holding a brand new ice magician's robe. When she saw Nianbing, she couldn't help but smile. How did your talk go? This is for you. Change into it. Nianbing took the robe. Looking at Longling's gentle eyes, his heart couldn't help but tremble. If he could marry such a wife, he would be lucky. The thought came quickly, but disappeared even faster. After a slight hesitation, he immediately returned to normal. We've finished talking. We're about to go out. Ling, are you come with us? The dragon's spirit smiled faintly and said, Me? Won't it affect you? Nianbing shook his head and said, Of course not. We're all friends. Wait a moment, I'll go change. After a while, when Nianbing came out of the bathroom, he had turned back into a great ice magician. Longling looked at him, who had regained his handsome appearance. She couldn't help but give a kind smile. Luo Ro on the side lowered her head and didn't say anything. She seemed to be thinking about something. 2 beautiful ladies, we can set off. Longling curiously asked, Where are we going? Nianbing mysteriously smiled and said, We're going to a place you're familiar with. Ling, don't you want to know what I do? Longling stared blankly for a moment. Aren't you a magician? Don't tell me you have a side job? Nianbing shook his head and said, No, you're wrong. Being a magician is my side job. Let's go, Miss Ling, Miss Ro, When Luo Ro heard Nianbing call her Ro, for the first time, she couldn't help but feel strange. She raised her head and looked at him. Okay, I want to see how you're going to prove it. Let's go. After leaving the Magician Guild, Luo Ro asked, Is the place we're going to far? How do you plan on bringing us there? Nian Bing stared blankly for a moment and said, It's not near. It's in the center of the city. Luo Ro stared at him with wide eyes and said, You can't be thinking of having us walk with you, right? Hey, we're ladies. We really have to hand it to you. As she said that, she walked to the side of the street and waved her hand. Nian Bing looked in the direction she waved her hand and saw a luxurious carriage quickly approaching. For tall, white horses reminded him of the past. That's right. A dignified countess should have a carriage. This is good, they don't have to walk. Luo Ro turned around and said, Get on the carriage. I really don't understand what kind of person you are. Hearing her strange words, Nian Bing only smiled slightly. The three of them got on the carriage together. The carriage emitted a faint fragrance. The cushions were very soft and very comfortable to sit on. Nian Bing asked Luo Ro, Where are we going? You should at least give the coachman an accurate address. Smiling slightly, Nian Bing said, Let's go to the center of the city first. You'll know when we get there. The carriage moved forward quickly. The carriage with the noble insignia of the Count's residence sped through the city. The passers-by avoided it when they saw it. There was almost no delay. In less than an hour, they had brought Nian Bing and the other two to the most prosperous area in the center of Snow City. Along the way, Nian Bing didn't say a word. He just sat there with his eyes closed. Long Ling was surprised to find that he was actually meditating. Her heart ached for no reason. These days he was really too tired. Hey, wake up! Luo Ro pushed Nian Bing, who had his eyes closed, with some dissatisfaction. Nian Bing opened his eyes and lifted the curtain to look outside. He said, Okay, let's stop here. Ladies, we should get off the carriage. No matter how smart Luo Ro was, she couldn't figure out what Nian Bing was planning. She frowned and followed Nian Bing out of the carriage with Long Ling. They looked around. This was the central street of Ice Snow City. Nian Bing pointed to one of the most conspicuous signs on the side of the road and said, Let's go. This is our destination. Long Ling and Luo Ro couldn't be more familiar with that sign. It was one of the most famous restaurants in Ice Snow City, Qingfengjai. Luo Ro looked at Nian Bing, said with an unkind expression, Don't tell me that your real profession is chopping wood. If that's the case, I don't think I need to go in. I feel ashamed to be with a person who doesn't abide by her bet. Nian Bing looked at Luo Ro's eyes and didn't give in. The two of them had the same blue eyes, and each of them revealed a confident radiance. They looked at each other. Luo Ro's spiritual power naturally couldn't be compared to Nian Bing's, who had always been practicing magic. Soon she lost. Hey, what's going on? Tell me. Chapter 24. Nian Bing smiled faintly. Miss Ro, you only need to remember one condition of your loss. Come, let's go in. Nian Bing, who had changed into a magician's robe, looked very different from before. The attendants at the entrance didn't recognize him at all, but these attendants naturally recognized Long Ling and Luo Ro. They hurried forward and respectfully said, The two ladies have arrived. Are you here to see our young mistress? Long Ling paused and looked at Nian Bing. Nian Bing said, Call Miss Xuejing as well. We'll settle everything once and for all, so she won't continue to misunderstand me. Long Ling nodded. Then let's go in. The three followed the attendants into the main hall of the Breeze Pavilion. Compared to the Great Accomplishment Pavilion, this hall was much smaller, but the decorations were very unique. There were wooden decorations everywhere, and even the tables and chairs were no exception. They were all made of special wood. The entire hall exuded a faint fragrance, and soft music came from behind a curtain. It seemed to be the sound of a zither. The graceful music was very light, and there was no sense of noise. Nian Bing couldn't help but praise inwardly. This was the first time he had come to this hall. He thought to himself, Breeze Pavilion's fame wasn't due to luck. Every detail of this place was the result of careful consideration. Nian Bing said to the attendant, "Please ask Miss Xuejing to come out. We have something to ask of her." The attendant looked at Nian Bing in confusion. He only just realized that this man looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Of course, he had seen Nian Bing before. But how could the Nian Bing, when he was chopping firewood, compare to this in terms of attire and temperament? The attendant looked at Long Ling and Luo Ro with uncertainty. Luo Ro nodded at him. "Go, tell Silence that Ling and I are here. Tell her to come out quickly." Luo Ro couldn't wait to find out what Nian Bing was up to. Looking at Nian Bing's confident expression, she suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. After all, there weren't many things in Snowy City that could surprise her. She had always been known for her ability to devise strategies and win battles from 1,000 miles away. However, ever since Nian Bing's appearance, she had been surprised more and more, almost never stopping for a moment. Whether it was the ice cream cake that was given to her as a birthday present or the investigation of the Demon's Lair incident, she was filled with curiosity towards Nian Bing. Just when she thought that she had fully understood this person suddenly told her that everything she knew was wrong. At this moment, her feelings were extremely complicated, and she really wanted to find out the truth. After the waiter left, Nian Bing pulled a chair over and sat down. She gestured to the two girls and smiled. "What's wrong? You two don't want to sit for a while?" Long Ling smiled. "We've been sitting for a while. I'll just stand for a while. I once heard Mother say that a girl's figure will be affected if she sits too much." Luo Ro walked to Nian Bing's side, bent down and whispered in his ear, "Silence is coming out. Have you thought about how to end this?" Nian Bing smiled faintly. "Of course I've thought about it. Miss Wise Girl, I heard that you're already engaged. Aren't you afraid that others will misunderstand you sitting so close to me?" Luo Ro was stunned, and her eyes fell on Long Ling. "You told him? Ling, you're not jealous, are you?" Long Ling heard this, and her face turned red. Don't say that. Nian Bing and I are just friends. Why would I be jealous? I'm just telling him the truth to prevent him from doing anything overboard." Nian Bing chuckled and said, No. I've always known my limits. Why would Ling misunderstand?" Long Ling rolled her eyes at him. "Misunderstand? I'm afraid not. I clearly remember that someone gave me a birthday present that day, and he didn't let us eat it." The way she spoke, it was as if she was pouting coquettishly to her boyfriend. Her beautiful eyes moved, and the waiters at the side all fell into a daze. Nian Bing thought to himself, "It seems that Long Ling does have some feelings for me. I'm afraid I can't stay in Ice Snow City for too long." Luo Ro laughed. "You're still saying you're not jealous? Look at you." Long Ling was embarrassed, and just as she was about to refute, she heard a clear voice. "Ling, you're both here. I'm just frustrated and don't know what to do." "Great. Since you're all here, let's ask Uncle Ming to make us something good to eat. As long as I pester him, he'll definitely agree." A red figure appeared along with the voice. Nian Bing suddenly realized that red was the most suitable color for Xuejing. When she wore a red dress, she was like a ball of fire that could melt everything. As Long Ling and Luo Ro were standing in front of Nian Bing, blocking most of his body, Xuejing did not notice him. She came in front of the two girls, looked at Long Ling in surprise, and said, "Ling, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Are you sick?" When Luo Ro heard Xuejing's question, she immediately laughed out loud. Long Ling was so embarrassed that she wished there was a hole in the ground to hide in. Nian Bing stood up and helped Long Ling out of the situation. "Miss Xuejing, we meet again." The moment the tall Nian Bing stood up, he immediately attracted Xuejing's attention. Seeing him, Xuejing's expression changed greatly, and she said coldly, "It's you? Who let you come to our cool breeze fasting again? A small temple like ours can't support a great god like you. Please leave, we don't welcome you." Nian Bing did not mind. He smiled faintly and said, Miss Xuejing, don't misunderstand. Today, let's just say that I am a guest here. Since Cool Breeze Fasting is open for business, then I don't think you have any reason to refuse a magician as a guest, right? Xuejing snorted. Just as she was about to say something, Luo Ro hurriedly said, Silence, let's not be calculative about the past. Today, we came here with him to see how he would embarrass himself. Consider it as giving me face, okay? Xuejing paused and asked doubtfully, What's going on? Nianbing said, Miss Xuejing, I think you must want to know why I went to Changxian and then came to Cool Breeze Fasting to chop wood. With my status as a magician, there was no need for me to do this, but I really did. Hearing this, Xuejing and Longling did not feel anything, but Luo Ro's heart began to beat faster. That's right. A smart person like him would never do something so pointless. Since he came to Cool Breeze Fasting to chop wood, he naturally had his reasons. It was definitely not as simple as hiding his identity to deal with the demon's lair. Thinking of this, Luo Ro felt for the first time that she was about to lose the bet with Nianbing. Xuejing snorted and said, People like you don't have good intentions coming to the Cool Breeze sect. How would I know what's wrong with your head? Why do you insist on chopping firewood? You're a good magician. I think you're either a fool or a lunatic. Nianbing said indifferently, That's right. I came to Cool Breeze Fasting with good intentions, but not with bad intentions. You all want to know why, right? Very easy, I will tell you now. I will use my actions to tell you. Miss Xuejing, can you please ask Master Mingyuan to come out? Actually, I came to Cool Breeze Fasting mainly for him. Xuejing was stunned and said, For Uncle Ming? She did not expect that Nianbing would give such an answer. Nianbing smiled and said, That's right. As long as you ask Master Ming to come out, everything will be clear. Xuejing thought for a moment and said, Okay, then you wait. I want to see what kind of relationship you have with Uncle Ming. He doesn't know you. After saying this, she ran away like a red cloud. Nianbing said to the waiter, Cool Breeze Fasting is one of the best restaurants in Ice City. I think you have all kinds of tableware here. Please bring me a big plate with a diameter of 1 meter. The bottom of the plate must be flat. At the same time, bring me 9 cucumbers and 3 sugarcane. Thank you. As for the final amount, I will calculate it for you. Although the waiter saw that there seemed to be some conflict between Nianbing and Xuejing, he was, after all, brought here by Longling and Luo Ro. He did not say anything and immediately went to prepare it. Longling said in surprise, Nianbing, what do you want a plate for? And cucumbers. Are you going to ask Uncle Ming to cook for us in front of everyone? That's impossible. Uncle Ming's skills must not be leaked. Nianbing sighed and said, Why can't we share it with others? If others can learn it, it'll be a skill in itself. It's because we're so selfish. There's so many good things that haven't been passed down since ancient times. Don't be impatient. Just wait and see. After a while, Mingyuan and Xuejing came out first. Xuejing walked to Nianbing's side and said, Uncle Ming has come out. Now you can tell me why you came to Cool Breeze Fasting to find Uncle Ming. As she spoke, her eyes revealed a look of ridicule. It shouldn't be to ask Uncle Ming to be your master, right? Nianbing smiled indifferently and said, Why not? As the saying goes, the one who reaches the top is the teacher. Master Ming, I don't know if you still remember the chant I told you that day. When Mingyuan came out and saw Nianbing in magician's attire, he was a little stunned. When Nianbing asked him, he saw that the youth in front of him wearing magician's attire was the woodcutter who saw him make the golden incense rings that day. He asked doubtfully, how did you become a magician? Because something happened in the city that day. I didn't have time to take care of it. When I came to find you later, you had already left Cool Breeze Fasting. I was really curious. How did you know the secret to making the golden incense rings? It was passed down from generation to generation by my master. This secret is impossible for outsiders to know. So, although other places sell golden incense rings, they are not authentic. They are far inferior to our cool breeze, fastings, golden incense rings. Nian Bing smiled and said, "The chant was naturally passed down by my master. Master Ming, you will soon understand." At this time, the waiter who went to get the items returned. He held a large plate in his hand and walked to Nian Bing's side. Nian Bing stretched out her right hand and steadily received the plate. She placed it on a square table next to her. The plate was 1 meter in diameter and took up almost the entire table. Nian Bing smiled and said, "Now the answer can be revealed. Master Ming, in the culinary world, there is a saying that the fist never leaves the hand and the song never leaves the mouth. You must have your favorite knife on you. I want to borrow it." Ming Yuan's expression changed, and he said coldly, "No, for a chef the knife is his life. This is no different from a martial artist." Nian Bing still had a smile on her face. "Is that so? I think your master should have told you that there was a person who helped him when he was in danger and taught him 3 great skills. That was how he gained the reputation of being an immortal chef." Hearing this, Ming Yuan was shocked. "How did you know?" His voice had changed. It should be known that this matter was extremely confidential. His master had only told him. Nian Bing smiled and said, "Because the person who helped your master was my master." Ming Yuan's whole body trembled. You are a ghost." Nian Bing stopped Ming Yuan from continuing. She stretched out her hand and said, "Can I borrow a knife?" "Master Ming." Ming Yuan's eyes showed a trace of respect. He looked at the cucumber and sugar cane on the plate and nodded. "Of course." He reached into his robes, and a sharp knife that was about 2 feet long appeared in his hand. Apart from Nian Bing, no one else present could tell where the knife had come from on Ming Yuan's body. Nian Bing took the saber and looked at the faint green light flowing on the blade. He praised, "It's so good. This must be the immortal slash, the treasured saber of the immortal chef." It said that this saber once sliced open an entire cow in an instant, and there wasn't a single drop of blood on it. It really is a good saber. Ming Yuan stood with his hands by his side and said, "I don't dare. In front of your master's true yang, this knife can only be regarded as a foil at most." Because Nian Bing had told him the secret, he did not have the slightest doubt about Nian Bing's identity. Because the incantation of the golden incense ring was told by his master to that benefactor, Nian Bing smiled. He glanced at the 3 women around him, who were in a daze, and said, "I'm going to start now. Although the weather is gradually turning cold, the heat is still there. Today, I'll serve a cooling dish for the 3 ladies. I hope you'll like it. Please step back a little. Thank you." At this moment, even Xue Jing, who was the most straightforward of them all, could tell that Nian Bing was no ordinary person. She was extremely familiar with Ming Yuan. Back then, in order to invite Ming Yuan to be the head chef of the Clear Wind fasting, who knew how much effort he had put into persuading him. Although Ming Yuan was only the head chef in name, he had a transcendent status in the Clear Wind fasting. Even her father, Xue Ji, was extremely respectful when he saw him, always referring to him as a brother. This was the first time she had seen such a respectful expression on Ming Yuan's face, and the person who made this expression was the mysterious Nian Bing in front of her, the Nian Bing who made her feel so flustered. Nian Bing moved. She picked up a few chopsticks from the table next to her and placed them neatly at the foot of the table. Then she took out the cucumber and sugar cane from the big plate one by one and placed them on the chopsticks. Her intention was obvious. She did not want the ingredients to be contaminated with dust. In the end, there was only 1 cucumber left in her hand. Nian Bing slowly lifted the cucumber with his left hand. Although the 9 cucumbers that the waiter had brought met Nian Bing's requirements in terms of weight, they all had different shapes. Nian Bing looked at the cucumbers. He seemed to have forgotten everything around him, and only the green cucumber was in his eyes. He held Ming Yuan's knife in his right hand and remained still. Xu Ejing looked at Nian Bing standing there strangely and could not help but feel a little impatient. Just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by Ming Yuan. Ming Yuan shook his head at Xu Ejing, indicating that she should not disturb Nian Bing. Then he focused on Nian Bing's hand, waiting for the scene that he had been waiting for to happen. Finally, Nian Bing moved. To be more precise, it was his right hand that moved. His left hand was still holding onto the cucumber's tail like a rock, while the blade in his right hand glowed with a faint green light as he gently cut 2 inches below the cucumber's head. This was the first cut. Xu Ejing almost laughed out loud. After watching for a long time, it turned out that it was just the first cut on the cucumber. She tried her best to cover her mouth to prevent herself from laughing out loud. However, she soon could not laugh because Nian Bing turned his wrist slightly and cut again. This time he cut below the first cut. A piece of cucumber as thin as paper appeared. The most peculiar thing was that this piece of cucumber was only slightly connected to the top and bottom. According to common sense, the weight of the cucumber's head should be enough to break it, but in fact they were still connected. Ming Yuan subconsciously exclaimed, "The lotus-cut silk knife technique. Good knife technique." After saying this, he hurriedly covered his mouth, but the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. As a top chef, what could be more perfect than seeing the cooking skills in his imagination? Nian Bing did not hear Ming Yuan's voice at all. His attention was completely focused on the cucumber. The knife moved again, but this time it was not as slow as before. The knife was like snow, and his wrist seemed to be dancing in the air. Even with Ming Yuan's eyesight, he could not see clearly what Nian Bing was doing. The cucumber fell slowly, and each piece was slightly connected. With the weight of the cucumber's head, it slowly fell to the big plate. The cucumber's head was aimed at the center of the whole plate. The knife continued to flash. Everyone present was stunned. Luo Ro seemed to see the scene of Nian Bing cutting the cake again. But it was obvious that the knife technique of cutting cucumber was much more difficult than cutting the cake. Each piece of cucumber was not only extremely thin, but also very uniform. Even the place where each piece was connected to the other was so uniform, without any flaw. The cucumber's head finally fell to the center of the plate. The cucumber, which was less than a foot long, had now become about 1.5 feet long. The knife in Nian Bing's hand was still flashing, and the cucumber was gradually elongated. At this moment, Nian Bing's left hand finally moved. His wrist shook slightly, and at the moment when the knife stopped, the cucumber slices cleverly formed a ring behind the cucumber's head. The knife continued to flash, and the cucumber slices gradually elongated. When the cucumber had formed 3 rings on one side of the plate, Nian Bing's knife finally reached the end of the cucumber. He didn't continue to cut, but placed the end of the cucumber on the edge of the plate. In the eyes of the crowd, such knife technique could only be described as miraculous. The miracle continued. The second cucumber jumped into Nian Bing's hand. This time it was still staring, but the time it took to stare was obviously shorter. When the knife light flashed again, the same thing happened to the first cucumber. The knife light repeated, but the crowd's eyes didn't leave the knife and cucumber in Nian Bing's hand. Although it was a repetitive action, in their eyes the action was so vivid. The cucumber continued to elongate, and it still coiled 3 times. This was the second cucumber, then the third, the fourth. Every cucumber went through the same process. The sharp-eyed Luo Ro was surprised to see that Nian Bing's cucumber was emitting a layer of faint white mist. In the beginning, the others didn't notice this, but when the 5th cucumber was completed, the entire 1-meter-wide plate was covered in a faint white mist. The green cucumber was faintly discernible, and it looked extremely strange. At some point, the master of the cool breeze study, Xueji, had arrived behind his daughter. The others were in a daze, and no one noticed his arrival. When Xueji saw Nian Bing's knife light flashing rapidly, He immediately followed in the footsteps of the others. He had the strength of a martial fighter, and naturally his eyesight was unique. Nian Bing's movements were extremely fast, as if she didn't even need to think. Looking at the gradually elongating cucumber, Shui Ji asked himself, his control over his strength is definitely not as good as Nian Bing's. That exquisite knife technique has reached the peak of perfection, and it's amazing. When all 9 cucumbers were completed, the entire plate was almost filled. The 9 cucumbers coiled on the plate were in the exact same position. The 9 cucumbers' heads were slightly raised, and they were placed together in the center of the plate. Even the 9 cucumbers' tails were strangely maintained in the same position. The knife light flashed, and it flew towards Ming Yuan. Ming Yuan was startled, and he instinctively raised his hand to block. What he caught was the handle of the knife. "Master Ming, thank you for the knife." Nian Bing's mind seemed to be completely immersed in the dishes in front of her. Her gaze fell on the jade-green cucumbers on the plate and looked at the faint white icy mist rising into the air. She reached into her chest and took out a small cloth bag. It was the tool she used to make pigeon meat rice for Feng Nu in the Watercraft ironware shop. Without using her eyes to look, her index and middle fingers naturally reached into the cloth bag. When her fingers left the cloth bag, they brought out a cold light. It was a small knife, less than 5 inches long. The tip of the knife was very small, and the blade and the handle were the same length, each 2.5 inches. The front half of the blade was actually emitting a faint blue light, and there seemed to be a ferocious carving on the side of the blade. Ming Yuan took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "Ghost carving, godly knife." Nian Bing continued, "The work of the gods, the blue flame, the carving of dragons and phoenixes, and the cold blade. It's the ghost carving." Ming Yuan glanced at Nian Bing. When the ghost carving appears, who can compete? Looking at the ghost carving, the respect in his eyes became more intense. Nian Bing's gaze fell on the 9 cucumbers in the middle of the plate. Although the ghost carving is good, it depends on who is using it. I hope I didn't disgrace Master's reputation. His waist suddenly bent, as if it was broken. His thighs were pressed against the edge of the table, and his entire body was at a 90-degree angle. His face was just above the center of the plate. His wrist trembled slightly, and in an instant he waved the knife 9 times, leaving a mark on each of the 9 cucumbers. Ming Yuan suddenly understood what Nian Bing was trying to do, and his eyes were filled with shock. Originally, he was somewhat unconvinced, but when he saw Nian Bing's first strike, he understood that in terms of knife skills, he was far from being a match for this young man in front of him. Ming Yuan was not the only one present who knew what was good for him. Extreme Snow gasped. Could this be the legendary dragon dance gathering technique? Heavens, does this really exist? Reality quickly answered Extreme Snow's question. Nian Bing waved the knife, and a faint blue light danced between his 5 fingers like a cold flame. As the knife moved, he softly chanted, "Where the ghost carving hand falls, the heavens and earth will change, carving 100 waves. Divine work of art will last for eternity, and the waning moon will reflect the cold spring." Only to see that the blue light was constantly revolving in the center of the plate. Shui Ji could clearly see that every time he chanted a word, a mark would appear on the heads of the 9 cucumbers. Green fragments would then float down. When the last word was uttered, including the first 9 slashes, a total of 261 slashes were completed in this short chanting time. A circle of green fragments was neatly scattered in the middle of the plate, forming a circular, dark green pattern. The pattern was very clear, and there was not the slightest difference in the pattern. All the fragments were exactly the same size. The most shocking thing was the carvings on top of the fragments. 9 jade-like carvings raised their heads, antlers, mustaches at the corners of their mouths, and pearls below their foreheads. Those were clearly 9 jade-like dragon heads. The dragon heads were vivid and lifelike, with their heads held high, as if they were breathing out clouds. Ghost condor concealment. Nian Bing looked at those 9 dragon heads and lightly sighed. It's a pity I haven't reached the peak of the dragon condor dance. Ming Yuan hurriedly asked, Then what is the peak? Nian Bing smiled indifferently, 9 dragons soaring in the clouds, ever changing. As he spoke, Nian Bing held the 2 ends of the plate with both hands, and with a slight force, the plate left the table. He was very careful, as if he was afraid of any deviation. At this time, Xuejing and Long Ling were already in a daze. Only Luo Ro's eyes were still slightly lively, and there was already something in her eyes. Nian Bing's body exuded a layer of faint blue light. The light followed his gaze and condensed on the table. Gradually, a circular ice cube that was about the size of a human hand appeared on the table. The surface of the ice cube was extremely smooth. It looked like a circular piece that was about an inch thick. This was the most basic ice spell, but when Nian Bing used it, the power of control and the effect was definitely more shocking than a 4th level spell. The plate was put down again and landed on the ice block. The ice block was located at the center of the plate. With a light touch of the edge of the plate actually slowly rotated and the ghost condor dance reappeared. When the tail of each cucumber turned in front of Nian Bing, the blue light would flash 5 times. After 3 rounds, 135 cuts, his hand only seemed to tremble a few times. The jade-green chips were spread out on the ground, forming 9 cloud-like shapes. Under them, 9 lifelike emerald dragon tails appeared. The moment the dragon tails appeared, the 9 cucumbers on the plate seemed to come alive, like 9 green dragons circling in the clouds. The plate was still rotating slowly, and the 9 green dragons floated above the clouds. They seemed to be playing and seemed to be greeting each other. The power of the 9 heads gathering was so real. Nian Bing did not stop. He picked up one of the 3 sugarcane sections, and the ghost condor dance flashed, and the sugarcane skin fell naturally. This time it did not land on the plate, but on the side. The ghost condor dance and the milky white sugarcane changed under the knife. When the plate stopped rotating, the ghost condor dance in Nian Bing's hand also stopped. What appeared in his hand was a strange shape. The bottom was a base, and the top was connected to a straight white pole that was only as thick as a chopstick. At the top was a milky white ball. The surface of the ball was very bright and looked as breathtaking as white jade. Knowledgeable people like Ming Yuan and Xueji knew that the ball looked simple, but it was very difficult to make it so perfectly round and flawless. However, Nian Bing had surprised them enough. At this time, their hearts were a little numb. Nian Bing reached into the plate and carefully placed the carved sugarcane in the center of the 9 dragon heads, like 9 dragons holding a pearl. Perfect. Other than perfect, no one could think of any other word to describe what was in front of them. The plate rotated again, and Nian Bing picked up the other 2 sugarcane sections at the same time. A light blue light gathered in his hand. This time, he did not peel the sugarcane. Instead, he placed the 2 sugarcane sections against each other and quickly rubbed them. What could the sugarcane produce? It was nothing more than juice. However, the sugarcane under the extreme cold was different. The milky white ice powder floated down, and with a sweet smell it scattered on the plate. Under the effect of the ice powder, the originally weakened ice fog on the plate rose again. The sugarcane was not finished, and was thrown to one side by Nian Bing. The ice powder formed by the sugarcane had already spread to every corner of the plate. The 9 lifelike azure dragons held the pearl together with the momentum of riding the clouds. The green on the plate was not monotonous. Because of the different shades, it brought a sense of vitality. Together with the ice fog and sugarcane pearls, everything was so perfect. Nian Bing clapped his hands, smiled lightly, and said, "The fragrance of the cucumber, together with the sweetness of the sugarcane, complemented by the air of frost, it is the most suitable to use to relieve the heat and cold." Ming Yuan's eyes shone brightly. "Can you tell me the name of this dish?" Nian Bing smiled lightly and said word by word. 9 green, divine, dragon, ice cloud hidden. Chapter 25. That's right, it was the 9 azure divine dragon Bing Yunin. This was also one of the 7 famous dishes after Nian Bing became famous. Looking at the misty 9 azure divine dragon Bing Yunin in front of them, everyone present had a feeling of not being able to eat it. After all, this could no longer be described as a dish. It was clearly a piece of art, a precious piece of art. Nian Bing used a total of 15 minutes to finish carving this dish. Looking at the lingering icy mist and the lifelike 9 azure dragons, no one actually made the first move. Nian Bing's gaze fell on Luo Ro. "Miss Wise Girl, I think that now you should know what I do." "That's right, my true profession is actually a chef." "Miss Xuejing, the reason why I chose to enter either the Great Accomplishment Pavilion or the Clear Wind Study was to discuss cooking with the head chef. There was no other purpose. I think that the misunderstanding between us can be resolved here. This dish can already prove a lot. Perhaps you are confused. As a magician, why would I learn to cook? I can clearly tell you that in my heart, a chef is definitely a noble profession that can be compared to a magician. With my own cooking skills, I can satisfy countless people's desire to eat. Cooking is an art, and carrying it forward is my goal. As for magic, it is only a skill that assists in cooking. I haven't left my master for long. For me, the long road to pursuing cooking is still very long. All right, that's all I have to say. Everyone, take your time to taste it. If the icy mist dissipates, this dish will also lose its original taste. I have already explained everything that needs to be explained. Goodbye, everyone. Ling Er, you can stay. I will go back first. After putting away her things and putting the cloth bag into her bosom, Nian Bing slightly nodded to everyone and turned to leave. No one stopped her. Everyone's mind was still on the dish in front of them. Nian Bing's voice kept echoing in their minds. Ming Yuan, who was also a chef, was the first to react. He took a pair of chopsticks from the side and handed them to Xueji and the 3 girls. He was the first to move. The chopsticks moved forward and placed a piece of cucumber in front of him. As soon as the chopsticks touched the cucumber piece naturally separated from the azure dragon. There was no feeling of connection at all. Seeing Ming Yuan move, the others followed suit. They put a few pieces of cucumber into their mouths. The paper-thin cucumber melted in their mouths, turning into a sweet liquid that flowed into their stomachs. It was an indescribable taste. All 36 million pores in their bodies seemed to open up at this moment. The cold air connected with the heavens and the earth. The refreshing feeling made them feel as if they were floating in the air. Not only did the heat in their bodies disappear, even their minds recovered and they woke up in the sweetness. Luo Ro, Longling, and Xuejing's eyes flashed. This kind of wonderful taste was what girls loved the most. Without stopping, the chopsticks flew through the icy mist. After a while, the 9 azure divine dragon had completely entered the stomachs of the 5 people before the icy mist disappeared. Cool, sweet, refreshing, and refreshing. The refreshing feeling of the whole body was so wonderful. What was even more ingenious was that the Clear Wind restaurant focused on simplicity and elegance. This dish, with simple ingredients, perfectly matched the characteristics of the restaurant. Ming Yuan put down the chopsticks in his hand, closed his eyes, and murmured, "The fragrance of the cucumber is completely released in the cold, coupled with the sweetness of the sugar cane. It's refreshing and transparent. What a magical dish!" Xueji looked at Ming Yuan and said, "Little Ming, if you were to cook this dish, would you be able to achieve this kind of effect?" Ming Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Xueji. He shook his head and said, "Definitely not. The key to this dish lies in 2 aspects. One is knife skills and the other is magic. It's the cold air emitted by magic that perfectly stimulated the fragrance of the cucumber. This is something that I definitely can't do. If I were to use ice to suppress it, the taste would be far worse. Moreover, who could make the ice powder formed by the sugarcane, using magic in the kitchen? I'm afraid that only his master could think of it. What a good magic chef! It seems that the world of cooking is going to be in an uproar again. In the near future, he will definitely become a titan in the world of cooking. It seems that there is no end to cooking. There are too many things that I need to learn. Xuejing's eyes flashed with a strange light. She murmured, I really didn't expect him to be a chef. He actually came to the Cool Breeze restaurant to exchange pointers. He can make cucumbers a low-cost vegetable, so delicious. If he's willing to help us, I'm afraid that our Cool Breeze restaurant will be rich. Father, let's invite him back to help Uncle Ming, okay? When Xueji heard his daughter's words, he was immediately moved. He turned his head to look at Ming Yuan. Ming Yuan sighed and said, Big brother, if he's really willing to come, I can give up my position as the head chef. Although he's young, he's still the one who's reached the top. However, you've already heard what he said earlier. He has great ambitions and will definitely not settle for a small corner. I'm afraid that he won't agree to stay. Xueji sighed and said, When I first met him, I could tell that he was different from the rest. However, I never thought that his excellence would be in cooking. No matter what, I have to try my best. As the saying goes, do your best and leave the rest to fate. If he's really unwilling to stay, at least I, Xueji, will make friends with him. Oh, right, little brother Ming, who's his master? Ming Yuan's eyes shone with respect and said, Big brother, you should have heard of the 5 gods of cooking, right? Xueji nodded and said, Of course I've heard of them. In my early years I've studied them. Unfortunately, the 5 gods of cooking seem to have gone into seclusion. The 5 gods of cooking you're referring to should be the ghost, Lai, Tuo, Ling, and Miao. Ming Yuan said, Yes, it's them. The Miao god of cooking is my master. Although they're listed as the 5 gods of cooking, there's still a gap between them. That young man just now is the head of the 5 gods of cooking, the successor of the ghost chef. In the beginning, it was senior ghost chef's help that allowed my master to achieve what he has. My master has always regarded the ghost chef as his benefactor. At the same time, he's also in existence, similar to my master. Although my master is much older than senior ghost chef, every time he mentions senior ghost chef, he's extremely respectful. It's a pity that senior ghost chef left the cooking world for some reason, and there's been no news of him since then. I really didn't expect that his disciple would be born. Compared to senior ghost chef, perhaps he's still lacking, but he has more magic. I believe that after a few years of experience, it won't be difficult for him to reach the peak of senior ghost chef's achievements. He might even surpass him. Xueji's eyes revealed an extremely shocked expression. Ghost chef, he's actually the ghost chef's disciple. Sigh, I'm so foolish. I didn't know how to cherish such a talent. If my peers knew that the ghost chef's disciple was chopping wood in our Breeze restaurant, I wonder how they'd laugh at me. Jing, go prepare a generous gift. We'll go to the Magicians' Guild to apologize. Xuejing, surprisingly, didn't lose her temper. She nodded lightly and walked towards the back of the hall. Luo Ro and Long Ling looked at each other and said to Xueji, Uncle Xue will be leaving first. He's actually a chef. This is beyond my expectations. I've always prided myself on my intelligence, but I've lost to him twice in a row. It seems that this title of wise woman should be revoked. Uncle, please say goodbye to silence. Goodbye, Uncle. Luo Ro's feelings were more complicated than Xuejing's. Nian Bing had already used his actions to prove everything to her. She had lost the bet, but Luo Ro didn't have the slightest regret. She accepted her loss wholeheartedly. It was time to fulfill the promise. Nian Bing walked on the streets of Ice Snow City. Ever since he left the Peach Blossom Forest, this was the first time he put all his effort into making a dish. He was in a very good mood, not only because he solved the problem with Xuejing and Luo Ro, but also because he realized that after his knowledge of magic improved, it actually helped his culinary skills. When he was making the 9 azure dragons Bing Yun invisibility, his magic had already reached the realm of invisibility. Although it was only the lowest level of ice magic, he was already very satisfied with himself to be able to achieve this level. Other than the fact that he still couldn't compare to his master in terms of heat control, he had already taken another step forward in the fusion of magic and culinary skills. At his level of culinary skills, he didn't need to practice repeatedly to improve. What he needed now was an opportunity that could bring him enlightenment. As he was walking, the sound of wheels behind him suddenly rang out. Nian Bing subconsciously moved to the side of the road, only to find that the carriage he had been in before had stopped beside him. Luo Ro leaned out of the carriage and said in a strange voice, "Chef, get on. I'll send you back." Nian Bing smiled faintly. He didn't refuse and got on the carriage. Long Ling was sitting at the innermost part of the carriage. She lowered her head and didn't look at him. "I'll have to trouble you again, Miss Wise Girl," Nian Bing said politely. Luo Ro said unhappily, "Are you mocking me? Don't worry, a loss is a loss. I'll fulfill the promise. You can tell me your conditions now." Nian Bing was stunned and said, "I never thought of asking you to agree to any conditions. It was just a joke. Why take it so seriously?" Luo Ro snorted and said, "If you agree to bet, you have to accept your loss. Since I've already lost, I naturally have to fulfill my promise. Who told you it was a joke? Although I'm a woman, I won't back down." Nian Bing smiled and shook his head. "No need. I really don't have anything to ask of you." Luo Ro's eyes revealed a strange light and said provocatively, "Didn't you ask me what would happen if you asked me to marry you? You can ask for that." Nian Bing was shocked and said with a smile, "No, I don't want to be chased by a group of your followers. Besides, don't you already have a fiancé?" Luo Ro said, "You don't dare? So what if I have a fiancé? I'm not married. You can pursue me. As long as you state your conditions, I'll naturally give you a chance." Nian Bing was stunned. He saw that Luo Ro seemed to be serious. He stretched his arm in front of Luo Ro and said, "Pinch me and see if I'm dreaming. Miss Wise Girl actually took the initiative to ask me to pursue you. It's really hard to believe." Luo Ro laughed and pinched Nian Bing's arm. Nian Bing felt pain and quickly retracted his arm. He smiled bitterly and said, "You don't have to use so much strength." Luo Ro snorted and said, "Who asked you to hide so deeply that even I was fooled? This is still considered light. I can't wait to kill you. Does it feel good to win against me?" Nian Bing's heart trembled slightly. He nodded and said with a smile, "I have to admit it does feel very good. However, I don't mean to be proud of it." Luo Ro stared at him and said, "You can state your conditions now. Don't tell me I'm not attractive to you at all?" Looking at Luo Ro's clear blue eyes, Nian Bing suddenly understood many things. Luo Ro didn't like him, but wanted to fight with him on another stage. If he proposed the conditions to pursue her or the conditions to marry her, he was afraid that trouble would come one after another. What a wise girl! She was indeed not simple. Her desire to win was even greater than a man's. However, since he understood this point, how could he be fooled? "Miss Wise Girl, you've already fulfilled your conditions." Luo Ro was stunned, but she quickly understood. She stared at Nian Bing and said, "You're so treacherous." Wasn't the pinch Nian Bing made earlier a condition? Nian Bing put on an innocent look and said, "I'm treacherous? I won, but I did make things difficult for you. You still say that I'm treacherous. I think it's better for me to get off." Luo Ro finally couldn't keep her calm and said angrily, "Sit down and don't move. Am I worthy of you being so defensive? Am I a scourge or a beast?" Nian Bing smiled and didn't say anything. He sat there and didn't say anything. Luo Ro was facing this handsome man who didn't move by force or persuasion. Even if she was full of wisdom, she couldn't use it. Along the way, the three of them didn't speak. The carriage steadily stopped at the entrance of the Magician's Guild. Nian Bing was the first to get off the carriage. She helped Long Ling, who had been following her for a long time, to land steadily. She said to Wise Girl in the carriage, "Thank you, miss, for sending me off. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Luo Ro fiercely said, "Nian Bing, remember this. I'm not done with you. There will be a day when we will meet again. Let's go." The carriage sped away. Nian Bing helplessly shook her head. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. I really can't understand it. It seems like I don't have any enmity with her. Why is she always making things difficult for me? Long Ling finally opened her mouth. Ro has been very smart since she was young. No matter what it is, as long as she wants to learn it, she will learn it in the shortest amount of time. From young to now, no matter if it's a man or a woman, no one can beat her. She is very competitive. You've made her eat defeat several times in a row. Her competitive heart and curiosity towards you will naturally make her value you more. You simply can't get rid of her. Nian Bing didn't care and said, "Then make things difficult for her. I don't care about these things." In any case, after she finished learning the magic knowledge here, she would leave. Maybe she wouldn't have the chance to see Luo Ro again in the future. These things were no longer important. Let's go in. I still have to go back to the library to study. Wait a minute. Long Ling called out to Nian Bing, who was about to leave. Her eyes showed hesitation. Nian Bing asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Long Ling bit her lower lip and said, "Nian Bing, is this true? Is your main profession really a chef and not a magician?" Nian Bing smiled. He understood what Long Ling was worried about. He said softly, "Listen to me. Yes, a chef is my main profession, but at the same time, a magician is also my main profession." There was an inseparable relationship between the two. Although my culinary skills couldn't be said to be the best in the continent, it was still top-notch. However, my magic was still far from being the best. Thus, to me, culinary skills only required instant comprehension, while magic was something that I needed to learn more. You can rest assured, since I've joined the Union, and since I promised you before to help the Union, I will definitely fulfill my promise. I am a man. Hearing Nian Bing's words, Long Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. She took the initiative to grab Nian Bing's big hand and said emotionally, "Thank you, Nian Bing. I really don't know what to say." Looking at Long Ling's peerless gentleness, Nian Bing's heart was filled with tenderness. He subconsciously held her hand and said, "You don't have to say anything. The Union has helped me so much. This is what I should do." Long Ling's heart suddenly felt a trace of disappointment. She found that she wanted to hear Nian Bing say, "All of this is for your sake." "Nian Bing, Ling, are you back?" Shi Jiao's voice appeared at the wrong time, causing Nian Bing and Long Ling to feel a trace of irritation. Nian Bing hurriedly let go of Long Ling's hand. For someone like him who had a greater goal, offending Shi Jiao now was definitely an unwise choice. "Big brother Shi Jiao, we're back." Nian Bing looked deeply at Long Ling and took the lead to walk into the Magician Union. Shi Jiao walked up to them with some dissatisfaction and said, "Where did you go just now? Why were you gone for so long? I went to the library to look for you, but I heard that you went out." Nian Bing said, "Just now Miss Luo Ro asked me to go with her to Qingfeng Zhai to explain some things to Miss Xu Ejing. Ling happened to be there, so Miss Luo Ro invited her to go with her. See, she just sent us back." When Shi Jiao heard that Nian Bing and Long Ling didn't go out alone, his expression immediately improved. "In the future, it's best to tell me before you go out, so I don't have to worry." Nian Bing smiled and nodded, saying, "Big brother, I'm going back to the library first. You can chat with Ling." After saying that, she walked away with large strides. Long Ling had already walked into the Union at this time. Shi Jiao excitedly walked up to her. "Ling, you left for half a day. I was almost worried to death. I bought you 2 new head ornaments. I think they're very suitable for you. Come with me to take a look. I think you'll definitely like them. Looking at Shi Jiu's eager face, Long Ling really couldn't find any interest. However, her gentle nature made her unable to refuse her senior brother. Just as she didn't know what to do, Long Ji's voice suddenly sounded. Little Jiu, why aren't you cultivating in your room? What are you doing out here? Shi Jiu was most afraid of this archmage level master of his. When he saw Long Ji come over, he hurriedly said respectfully, Master, Ling, and Nianbing just went out. I was a bit anxious, so I waited for them here. Long Ji glanced at Long Ling and frowned. Since they've already returned, you can continue cultivating. Look at Nianbing. She's younger than you by 10 years, but she's already entered the realm of Master Magician. I'll give you 1 more year. If you still can't reach the level of Master Magician, then don't say you're my disciple in the future. Seeing Long Ji angry, Shi Jiu was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He hurriedly said, Yes, Master. I'll go back and meditate. After saying that, he hurriedly left. Seeing Shi Jiu leave, Long Ji's expression immediately relaxed. He walked to his precious daughter's side and smiled. You went out with Nianbing? Father. When Long Ling saw her father, her previously tense nerves from preparing to deal with Shi Jiu immediately relaxed. Just now, Nianbing and I went to Qingfengzhai together. Long Ji said, Nianbing has indeed been working too hard these days. She should also go out more often. You've been very attentive since you were young. You need to take care of her daily life. Oh, right. What do you think of Nianbing? Long Ling stared blankly for a moment before saying he's very good. He's very motivated. Moreover, his comprehension is very high, not even below Ro-Er's. He's also very good, although he's a bit mysterious. Long Ji smiled and said, Men should be like Nianbing. As the saying goes, first establish a career, then settle down. A man, if he doesn't have any ability, can only be mediocre for life. I also feel that this child, Nianbing, is not bad. Long Ling hesitated for a moment, but still decided to tell her father about this matter. Father, actually, Nianbing has another profession. At that moment, she recounted everything that had happened at Qingfengzhai in detail. Hearing his daughter's words, Long Ji's expression changed. He never would have thought that Nianbing, whom he had such high expectations for, would actually be a chef. Although he didn't discriminate against chefs, he certainly didn't want Nianbing to waste her energy in other areas. That's it. However, Nianbing said that his culinary skills have already reached a certain level. It seems that he doesn't need to practice anymore. What he needs more is to cultivate his magic. Uncle Shui seems to value Nianbing a lot. I'm afraid that he'll come over in a while. Long Ji's eyes flashed. No wonder I always felt that Nianbing seemed to have something on his mind. So he's actually a chef. Now I understand everything. No wonder he's at Qingfengzhai. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from outside. Long Ji smiled bitterly and said, My big brother, Shui, has always been impatient. It seems that he's arrived. Ling, you go in first. I'll take care of everything. Long Ling agreed. She had always had blind trust in her father. Once she said what was in her heart, she immediately felt much better. Turning around, she walked towards the library. Long Ling had just left when Shui Ji and Xuejing entered the Magicians' Guild. The magicians guarding the entrance recognized them and naturally didn't stop them. Long Ji laughed. What wind blew big brother Shui and his niece here? You've really brought light to my canopy. Shui Ji took large strides in front of Long Ji and smiled bitterly. This elder brother doesn't care about the 3 treasures palace. This time, I've come to ask for your help. Long Ji's eyes flashed and said, Big brother, if you want Nianbing to be a chef at your place, then don't say it out loud. You already have Mingyuan at your place. But I can't do without him here. Xueji was stunned for a moment. He and Long Ji had a very deep friendship. Naturally, he understood that if Long Ji spoke like this, there would be no room for negotiation. He never thought that Nian Bing would be so important to Long Ji. Even so, he still tried to probe. Brother, Nian Bing is a chef. To be more accurate, he will definitely be a great chef in the future. So, Long Ji said decisively, Big brother, perhaps Nian Bing's culinary skills are superb, but I can also tell you that as a great magician, Nian Bing will also be a great magician in the future. He has already joined my guild, but he's only chopping firewood in your Cool Breeze restaurant. I definitely won't let him leave. Xuejing held a brocade box in her hands as she watched her father and Long Ji go tit for tat. She couldn't help but feel bitter in her heart. Not long ago, Nian Bing had been useless in her eyes. Now he had become a talent that her father and Long Ji were fighting over. The contrast was too great. When it came to judging people, she was really too far behind. Nian Bing, oh Nian Bing, I really don't know if I should hate you or… Xueji shook his head helplessly and said, Forget it. Actually, I didn't have much hope in coming here this time. Even if you didn't stop him, I'm afraid that Nian Bing wouldn't go to my little temple. I was wrong in the past to let him chop firewood in the Cool Breeze restaurant. This time, I'm here to apologize to him. Long Ji said with some doubt, Just to apologize? Big brother, you also know that our Magicians Guild is getting worse and worse. It wasn't easy for us to get such a talent. I also have no other choice. Xueji smiled indifferently and said, Enough, brother. Don't you know your big brother's character? I just want to see him and then I'll leave. Even if I can't use him, we can at least be friends. Long Ji's face turned red. Indeed, he was too nervous about Nian Bing. He hurriedly made way and said, Big brother, I'll take you there. He's in the library. On the 3rd floor of the library, Nian Bing sat on the ground, concentrating on reading the information on magic arrays in his hands. As long as he had the book, he wouldn't think about anything else. Although there were fewer books on the 3rd floor, the knowledge they contained was more extensive and profound. It wasn't something that could be completely understood in a day or two. He had long developed a strong interest in magic arrays. If he didn't study it thoroughly, he wouldn't give up. Long Ling looked at Nian Bing in a daze. She found that he was most attractive when he was in a state of concentration. Although he never looked at her when he was reading, his handsome face had long been deeply engraved in her mind. Long Ling had always believed in fate. Born in a magician's family, she had been learning magic from her father since she was young. She didn't have much interest in it. She felt that this was her fate. Since it was her fate, she had to continue. Shurjiu was her senior and had always been pursuing her. Shurjiu was indeed very good to her. When Long Ling was young, she had always believed that this was fate's arrangement. When she grew up, she would definitely marry the senior who was older than her by 10 years. However, ever since Nian Bing appeared, her belief in fate had been shaken. When Nian Bing successfully created a magic scroll and revealed a confident smile on his face, Long Ling knew that she had been completely attracted by that inconspicuous smile. For the first time, her heart throbbed. It was an indescribable feeling. Every day, although she only looked at Nian Bing in silence, her heart was very satisfied. As long as she looked at him, she would forget everything. In the beginning, Long Ling was still a little afraid. She was afraid of this feeling in her heart. However, when she saw Nian Bing create a work of art, 9 Azure Divine Dragon Bingyan, the fear in her heart suddenly disappeared. She clearly understood that she had fallen deeply in love with this man, this mysterious man. Even though he wasn't that powerful, every part of him was deeply attractive to her. If there was a flaw in him, it would be his indifferent attitude. Apart from magic and cooking, he didn't seem to care about anything else. Even if it was someone as beautiful and intelligent as he was afraid that he couldn't avoid her. Footsteps sounded. Long Ling couldn't help but frown. She didn't want anyone to disturb her, and Nianbing. She stood up and carefully looked downstairs without making any noise. She just happened to see her father leading Xueji and his daughter up the stairs. "Uncle Xue, silence, you're here." Xuejing looked at Long Ling strangely. "Ling, you're also learning magic in the library? I remember you said 2 years ago that you've read all the books here." Long Ling's face turned red. "Nianbing's understanding of magic is unique. I'm learning from him." Long Ji's heart skipped a beat. He could clearly see this kind of childish attitude. He smiled and said, "At the same time, I'm also taking care of Nianbing. After all, he works so hard every day. How can he live without someone to take care of him? If it weren't for Ling, reminding him every day, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have time to eat. Even I can't help but admire this child's focus." Xueji looked at Long Ji. Long Ji was also looking at him. It was obvious that Long Ji's eyes were filled with pride. Xueji shook his head helplessly. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage emotionally. Nianbing was only a firewood chopper in the breeze fasting, but in the Sorcerer's Guild he was a treasure. Long Ji didn't even try to avoid suspicion and sent his own daughter to serve him. The difference between the two was too great. He was really too much. If he had seen Nianbing's true ability earlier, this situation wouldn't have happened. Xueji and Xuejing walked to Nianbing's side. Although Nianbing was focused, there was no way he wouldn't notice the two people beside him. He looked up and saw Xueji and his daughter. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He quickly stood up and said, "Mr. Xue, Miss Xuejing, why are you here?"